Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm ready, sir.
Start, sir. Number of lectures are there.
Okay.
So Dr.
Can we
Gina
start?
is here and Professor CC Tan will have to check.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Let's restart, sir.
Okay. Respected dignitaries and my dear friends, good afternoon, good morning to you. Most welcome to the second day program of the 3 days international conference on spirituality of FAI. We have successfully completed the first day program. Today, the 11th technical session starts now onwards. I will invite Dr. C.C. Tan, Vice President, FATER Academy of India, and Professor, School of Management, Madurai University, Thailand, to chair the session. Sir, over to Dr. C.C. Tan.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, and welcome everyone to the second day of conference. We were having a great day yesterday, and today will definitely be the same. Let's welcome Dr. Gina's Alcorizas, his PhD, and currently the program chairpersons of the tourism management at the universities of Centro Thomas, Legazpi, Philippines, and he's going to share with us on the topic, which is very, very important, extensions of yesterday, involving relationship of tourism and spirituality. So let's welcome Dr. Gina.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Tan, for your kind introduction.
Thank you. You can share. Yeah.
Before I start, I would like to thank the organizing committee, Dr. Pankaj, Dr. Sairam, Dr. Tan, and the others for inviting me once again here in the session. Okay, but I would like to congratulate you all for having a successful day one yesterday.
Yes.
So I would like to share my screen now. Okay, can I check? Is my screen visible to your screen already?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Pankaj, let us pray for for the successful presentation. You know the history, right? Okay. And Dr. Cyril also knows the history of my presentation here in your conference. Okay. Okay, so I'll be presenting to you. I'm from the Philippines, and I'm an assistant professor from the University of Santo Tomas Legazpi. It's a Catholic university from the Philippines. So I would like to present to you, as I promised to Dr. Pankaj, evolving relationship of spirituality and tourism. So I am actually teaching tourism for almost 20 years here in my university. And for this afternoon's agenda, okay, so we'll be discussing the concept, the relationship of the two, and then the future of the spiritual tourism. So I'll just give you the concept of spirituality, although it's really known to you all, that when we say spirituality, it's all about seeking a meaningful connection with something bigger than yourself, or involves deep feelings and beliefs of a religious nature rather than the physical parts of our lives. Or it's something about searching for meaning, or it's about searching for purpose and direction of our lives. Okay, so this spirituality, this kind of activities, this practice, our searches for meaning, our direction, the purpose of our life, can give us positive emotion. So it can give us peace of mind. It can actually provide us with contentment, gratitude, and of course, acceptance as human being. Okay, it can fulfill need to have foundation of living, and it can lead us to a path or way in the light of right context. Okay, and it it can show us the proper alignment of our life, or since we know the purpose of why we are here on earth, we can focus of what we have to do for our lives and for the other people. Okay, so when we say spirituality, it's oneness. It's about love, and it's all about connection. So just to relate it to tourism. So when we say tourism, it's an act and process of spending time away from home, or it's a temporary visit to a place in pursuit of physical rest and pleasure, while making use of a commercial provision of services like hotel accommodation, transport services, everything. And it's a product of a modern social arrangement. So nowadays we have a different type of tourism. Okay, when we say tourism, it's a business of providing services such as transport, places to stay, or it's a lodging and accommodation, or an entertainment, leisure for people who are on holiday. And it involves activity or practice of touring, especially for pleasure. So it can also be the business or industry of providing information, accommodation, transportation, and other services to tourists. So when we say tourism, it's all about traveling temporarily to a certain place for the purpose of physical rest, relaxation, for us to unwind, to relax, recreate, or maybe we have to seek new environment, or some people are actually traveling to one place to commune with nature. They have that satisfaction of communing with nature, staying over in a mountain or in a natural area. Learning arts and language is actually one of the important purpose why people travel. So tourists can also be in a place for the purpose of immersing with the community, knowing their culture, learning about the culture of the community, learning about how they live day by day, seek spiritual healing. Some people are actually visiting a place to seek spiritual healing. And of course, for social engagement, for friendship, and for other purpose, while they have to visit the other places rather than, of course, their residence. So it's not connected to migration. It's not connected to a purpose of work, but it's only a temporary, and the purpose is, of course, for recreation, most probably, and leisures. Okay, so once human beings are actually living on Earth, they have their homelands, of course. They have to possess cultural norms. The tendency is, of course, they can travel to other place, or people from other places can really travel to their place also. And with people with different religions can actually visit places even if they're not in that particular religious practice or religious groups. Most particularly nowadays. In the past, there are a lot of differences. There are a lot of problems with regards to having such communing or convening people with different religious beliefs. But nowadays, we have unity. We have actually now our religious groups can actually understand other people, or other people with different religious beliefs or religious orientation. So we have actually our educational information, attainment, and of course tourism can lead us to unify people with different religious orientations. Okay, so the homelands with the cultural norms of human beings can actually offer sacred or special places, or sacred places depends on the beliefs of people living in that particular area. So it's actually the core of uh, spiritual tourism, with the human beings traveling to a sacred place, because their purpose is because of their religion or religious beliefs or religious affiliation, maybe, or religious orientation. Okay, this can lead to more travels. This can lead to more movements from one place to another. Okay, so tourists seek to develop their own spirituality. So when as we discussed, people traveling because they want to um, relax. They want to have peace of mind. People travel because they want to seek healing. People travel to unwind or to find themselves. Okay, so tourists, people seek to develop their own spirituality and or discover the spirituality of others. So maybe the spirituality can be an attraction for them, or maybe they are seeking spirituality. That's why they have to travel. So when we mix the spirituality and tourism, so we have this kind or temporary tourism or alternative tourism concepts like faith tourism. We have the religious tourism or cultural tourism. So many people are actually visiting places to know other culture. So say, for example, me as a Catholic, I love to visit Thailand. It's my dream. And I love to visit also India. It's my dream also, because you have different culture, you have different religious orientation. So it's actually my dream also. It's maybe it's your dream also to know the practices of the Catholicism. So that's a good idea for all people nowadays to have this kind of convention or commune, uh, to have this type of tourism. So wellness tourism can be okay, a mix or a product of emerging spirituality and tourism. Wellness, seeking of wellness. Okay, ecotourism, it's communing with nature. People are actually looking for some placid place, okay, for them to have peace of mind. Okay, and then community-based tourism. CBT means here community-based tourism. So one of the example of a religious activity, okay, in the tourism industry is actually the pilgrimage. It's a journey. It's a journey. It's a long one, made to some sacred place as an act of religious devotion, or a journey into someone's own belief. So, okay, this is actually a gathering. Okay, so normally people travel here in group. Okay, so it's good for tourism actually. But when we are talking about business and tourism, it's good for tourism. Okay, so it helps eliminate the journey of life by helping us to focus on what really matters. So according to the believers, pilgrimage can actually help them to focus on what really matters, okay, what they believe in. So it rediscover the joy of giving and generosity. Okay, so because of almsgiving, maybe. So I don't know if in other religion you have that's almsgiving, okay, but in my readings, okay, many of us are actually practicing almsgiving. So because of our generosity and joy of giving. Okay. and have a greater pilgrimage, give us a greater appreciation for life's gift. So it's a form of thanksgiving. It's a form of sometimes it's a forms of a vow, or it's a form of asking petition for the healing of someone, or maybe your healing of or yourself. Okay, sometimes it's for our peace of mind also. When we visit a place, a sacred place, it can give us contentment. It can give us a peace of mind. Okay, because people are actually believe on there's no greater wealth in this world than peace of mind. Okay, so people really travel to have peace of mind. So because of our routinary works, we have a lot of concerns in our career. Sometimes we need to pause and have a break for us to give to for us to have such peace of mind. Okay, so I think all of you are actually experiencing also by visiting a natural place, or in climbing a mountain. So with the greater heights, okay, you can see there overlooking the city. It's really a good ambience for us. We can actually uh, we can actually find such peace of mind there. Okay, and then according to some people, we have to set peace of mind as our highest goal and organize our life around it. Okay, so looking forward for the spirituality and tourism. Um, in the future, the key players of or I'm sorry, or stakeholders can create plans for different situations, because we have a very dynamic world now. Tourism is very dynamic, and people are has the greater mobility. Okay, especially maybe after pandemic. Okay, they will surely travel from one place to another, and then actually even now we can actually insert it in our research agenda as one of the research agenda. Okay, and then spirituality and ethics as seen solutions to the aim sustainable tourism. So we have the sustainable development goals of the United Nations and the United Nations World Tourism Organization. It's good for the people working, or the stakeholders of the tourism and hospitality, to seek spirituality and to have this ethics for us to achieve our aim sustainable tourism. Okay, so say for example in visiting a natural area, so if we are all responsible travelers there, definitely we are all aiming for sustainable tourism. Definitely it can only provide a low impact to the natural area. Okay, another thing is teach tolerance to the humankind. Most particularly nowadays, we can see in our surroundings, in our communities. Okay, so it's actually spirituality can teach tolerance to humankind, to give us peace, to provide us peace. If the world is peaceful, okay, I think there's no much arguments, no much problems. Okay, so another things, the two items, the two items there are actually with regards to tourism as business. So for as we look forward for spirituality and tourism, okay, since people are actually traveling because they want to have peace of mind, to unwind, to find to for leisure or for relaxation, maybe can create new services. It can actually, it's the opportunity for our businessmen to look for a new service. It's for the tour operators to formulate new tour package depends on the varied types of tourists. Okay. And then spiritual tourism is an emerging market. Yes, definitely. And then the opportunities to should be identified early. So for us to strategically position our products in the world market or maybe in our local market. So that's in the context of business. Okay, so we are looking forward for having more travelers, seeking spirituality in the future. Okay, so but before I end, I would like to um, leave this to everyone that peace of mind is not the absence of conflict, but the ability to cope with it. Okay, this is actually my favorite passage, or it's a favorite quotation from your beloved Mahatma Gandhi, Dr. Pankaj. I really believe in that, your leader. Okay, for now, I would like to thank you all for listening and for your cooperation for this afternoon session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Gina. Has talked about tourism, spiritual tourism as emerging tourism and opportunity. And certainly it's an avenue for opening of our sites, all the sense channels, providing opportunity to see, to hear. And Professor Gina talks about in that perspective to help us not only unwind, but immerse with the community, learning with the culture, see, and simultaneously able to seek spiritual healing along the journey, social engagements, commune with the nature. And along that processes, we can expand our perspective, ability to cope with the challenges, or the conflicts and things like that. The great leaders, Muhammad Gandhi, shared with us and taught us. And in that along that spiritualities can help us to understand different cultural norms and enable us to embrace the diversities, help us to understand the world better. So I think thank you, Professor Gina, really has given us a glimpse of holistic dimensions of what we can and should do to make spiritual tourism, which is an emerging tourism, successful. And so thank you very much, Professor Gina, for very, very excellent, wonderful talk. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tan.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions?
Thanks, Dr. Gina. That very successfully you completed this lecture tenure.
Yes. Thank you so much for your prayers, Dr. Pankaj.
Yes. Because this is the fourth attempt, and this fourth one, that's why it is, as it is already said, try your best. The day will come when you will achieve the success. So we are observing the presentation of Dr. Gina. A lot of hurdles came, but ultimately she emerged as a successful speaker. And we congratulate Dr. Gina for sharing your valuable input. And if anyone want to ask any question, please. Chairperson is Dr. Tan. Please.
Yes, please go ahead.
Because she is now being offered as a consultancy to Uttar Pradesh government tourism. Last time she shared, the director tourism demanded her presentation. I think soon the day will come. She will be in India for discussing the tourism related issue with the government of India policies.
Thank you so much.
And we all are here.
Looking
We all are here to support you.
I want to see your river there.
Sure. So, okay. Anyone wants to share any question, please. So we are thankful to Dr. Gina.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Anyone want to have some words?
Dr. Sairom, you want to say something? It is your domain.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. So I have no questions, but I want to confirm again that there is no greater wealth in this world than peace of mind. Yes, I agree with that. But since we are in the COVID-19 pandemic, so I want to know about the situation there in Philippines. So how's the pandemic's going? Do you guys have vaccine yet? Since we are going to have it maybe next month.
Actually, actually, with regards to the vaccine, we're still waiting for the delivery of the vaccine. But we, according to our government, we ordered already the volume of
Okay.
vaccine.
It's
To
coming,
be,
right? It's
yeah,
coming
it's really
soon.
coming soon, ma'am. Okay, and
Mhm.
with regards to our spiritual tourism, there's are actually practicing physical distancing
Mm,
protocol when we have to visit temples and churches. Yeah.
So we will soon. So the vaccine will bring back soon our smiles on our face.
Yeah.
After we
Dr.
have the
Sairom.
vaccine.
Sure, Dr.
Actually,
Sairom, here in
we are
India.
targeting. We are targeting to open our international travel by June 2021, but I think we have to extend it by December.
Maybe,
Okay.
but here in India, vaccination is going on.
Wow.
And India is
So
trying
maybe
its
next
best
month
to,
as well.
yeah,
Wow,
trying
that's
best
good for
to,
you. Yeah.
yeah. Here we are in India, number of manufacturing industries has designed and developed this vaccine. So that's
Yes.
why the vaccination is
Just
going
slow
on
it.
here in India. Hope we all will meet soon, either in Thailand or India. The day will come, definitely. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Wilson, please.
Yes. Thank you, Dr.
Dr.
Gina, for
Gina,
your.
stay with us. Don't go on Messenger
Yeah.
once again.
Thank you, Dr.
I'll
Gina, for
stay.
your nice presentation.
Yes, sir.
She beautifully pointed out the things that nothing is greater than the wealth in this world than peace. Really, it was very nice. Thank you. Thanks to Dr. Gina. Now, I also thank the chairperson, CC Tan, for chairing the session, nicely chairing the session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now, the 12th technical session starts. I invite Professor Dr. Pankaj Srivastava, General Secretary, FATER Academy of India, Professor, National Institute of Technology, Allahabad. Welcome to Professor Pankaj Srivastava.
So thanks, Wilson sir, because I usually call Wilson sir as Wilson sir.
Yes.
Yeah, we always
you,
request him to cooperate.
Thank
So
you, sir.
he's cooperating with us. That's why we are all grateful to Wilson sir.
Yes,
So,
thank
sir,
you, sir.
Wilson ji,
Thank you.
now I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Cheng Boon Liat. Dr. Cheng, first come on the screen, sir. Where are you? Dr. Cheng. Dr. Cheng. So let me introduce Dr. Cheng.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we are hearing you. We want to see your face first.
Sorry, the internet here is actually like very weak. I'm actually like visiting my parents in a very rural area in a small village. I'm using my phone now to present. So if I try to show, I think that will make the whole thing a bit stuck and breaking up. Okay, sorry about that, sir.
Okay, no problem, Dr. Cheng. Let me introduce Dr. Cheng. Let me introduce you.
Anyway,
Dr. Cheng is a Department of Marketing Management. He belongs to the Sunway University Business School, Malaysia. Dr. Cheng conducted his graduation and post-graduation from United Kingdom and specialized in marketing. Completed a PhD program, and then now he is an associate professor in the Department of Marketing, Sunway University. And the area once myself and Dr. Cheng was discussing, so it was decided that analytics is one of the emerging domain. It is also an area of my choice, my interest, and Dr. Cheng immediately agreed to discuss, to share the knowledge domain concerned with the analytics to help to enhance marketing and sales. Dr. Cheng, please take the chair and start.
Thanks, Prof. And nice to meet all of you online. I'm so great to have this opportunity again to meet all of you online. Thanks to Dr. Sisi Tan for bringing me into this group. Now, today I would like to discuss and present to all of you how analytics help to enhance marketing and sales. Now, let me start again with the slide. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, I'm trying but not be able to really show my face on the video because of the Wi-Fi connection here. It's very weak. Okay, now analytic is the systematic computational analysis of data or statistics. It is used for the discovery, interpretation, and also communication of meaningful patterns in data. It then entails the application of data patterns toward effective decision making. Now, analytics uses data and math to answer business questions, discover relationships, predict unknown outcomes, and automate decisions. These device fields of computer science are used to find meaningful patterns in data and uncover new knowledge based on applied, including mathematics, statistics, predictive modeling, and machine learning techniques. Analytics permits every aspect of our lives today, no matter what question you are asking. Analytics gives you answers and helps you make informed decisions. In this modern era, I think we should agree that business are unable to make informed marketing decisions without proper analytics, because marketers need analytics to quantify the effect following a change made to the marketing strategy, and that is invaluable to the process of improving and optimizing online marketing campaign. Now, what is the difference between data analytics and business analytics? To make it simple, data analytics refers to the analysis of data sets to draw a conclusion about the information they contain. On the other hand, business analytics is the process by which businesses use statistical methods and technology to analyze historical data. So how analytics influence sales and marketing? First of all, analytics helps in identifying a strong and weak products. Now, be it a wholesaler or a distributor, you will have a lot of products to sell. To know which products are the strong seller, contribute to other sales, or even product lines that are on the decline, can be a difficult task to achieve. So analyzing product sales trends from previous transactions is a great way to spot when a product is on the up or quickly declining. This information allows wholesaler, distributor, and marketers alike to adjust their sales strategy in accordance. Now, secondly, I would say that analytics is important because it helps with segmentation. Segmentation is the key to build a well-centered product line. A product's popularity varies based on multiple factors, including buying habits, genders, maybe product range, and extra. Through effective segmentation, businesses can personalize their marketing strategy according to the needs of a specific customer segment, and more importantly, it helps marketers to decide what product is best suited for which customer group. Now, moving on, analytics also helps with product development. Now, customization is the key to a good sales strategy. So in order to stay ahead of the competition, companies need to compile and analyze data about their customers. Now, examining the customer's feedback is an effective way to determine how to sell your products, as you can use this information to design and inform marketing strategy. So it allows company to work out any efficiency in their sales strategy and further ensure their victories in the market competition. Okay, to name a few, for example, companies such as Netflix and Amazon look at the viewers' response rate for their shows and use this data to decide, for example, which shows to highlight on the home pages of their streaming services. Now, to continue, analytics are also important to predict customers' buying behavior. We all know that customer will buy product from you and repurchase upon stock depletion. The key is to know when customers buy, how much they are buying, and at the same time, what are they buying. So in this case, data analytics is very important, is very powerful to make accurate predictions. Using strong predictive algorithms help companies to forecast customers might want in the future. Customers might want to order the products being showcased and continue. Should I continue, Prof? Prof, should I continue?
Yeah, continue, sir.
Okay. It seems
Wilson,
like
sir.
Hello?
Wilson, close your mic.
Yes.
Close your mic, sir.
Hello, can you all hear me? Hello?
Yeah. Please continue.
Okay.
Dr. Chen, continue.
Customers might want to order the products being showcased and continue doing business with a company if the products they suggested are appealing to them, in which ultimately booster a company's revenue and profitability. Analytics, in this case, helps marketers to be armed with this information and allow them to predict customers' future sales, which will also lead to better time management, prioritizations of key account, and a realistic sales forecast at the end. Now, to continue with, I think that the fifth benefit of analytics is that it helps in pricing the product in the right way. Now, pricing plays an integral role in helping companies put their products forward to the customers. Some industry can be extremely competitive, which means that a company can fail if it does not have the right data to be informed on the right price for each product. Through the use of data-driven pricing strategy, I would say that the right price can be easily determined by analyzing the competition, making it possible for the companies to set a well-fitted price for a particular product. Now, I will also say that, furthermore, pricing decision can also be influenced based on customer spending patterns, allowing the company's sales team to ensure that the price set for a product is both affordable and profitable. Yeah, I would say that. Now, to continue with, analytics is also useful and helpful to monitor customers' engagement. Now, in this case, customers' engagement is essentially the different ways customers choose to interact with your business or brand. This might be online or offline. Customers might engage with you for many reasons. It is great to know to have customer engagement because they are the ones interested in your contents, products, and also services. Now, engaged customers are proven to be more open to your opinions. marketing, communications, and products. So it is vital for marketers to ensure customer retention. Now, in this case, marketers can segment their customers through analytics by engagement and prioritize the individuals of groups that have not been contacted for a while or are at the risk of leaving. Now, to continue with, okay, the next benefit of analytics to sales and marketing would be it encourages agility. Now, business agility provides companies with the ability to deliver fast and timely responses. They can offer great customer experience through swift organizations and rapid learning. Now, business agility can create disruptive innovations in a climate of corporate takeovers and declining returns on investment. I would say that this would allow businesses to produce high returns and maintain its consistency. So in this case, okay, this is done by understanding change, adapting quickly, and also at the same time optimizing the variables to drive success. It has never been more important to businesses to stay agile. As acquiring new customers gets more difficult, more companies are channeling their resources towards keeping their existing customer rather than trying to find new ones. So in this case, I would say that data analysis would assist you in recognizing the reasons behind customers switching, making necessary improvement to your products or services, and targeting retention campaigns on customer processing the greatest risk of leaving. Now, to conclude my presentation today, I would say that ultimately analytics, okay, without overlooking both aspects of business execution and transactional data, would act as a stepping stone in boosting the performance among a multitude of businesses, especially within such highly competitive market and business environment now. So from the internal perspective, it aids, okay, it helps in identifying feasible product or service lines. Now, at the same time, establishing the befitting product attributes while consciously determining their appropriate values. Whereas, okay, from the external perspectives, on the other hand, I would say that, okay, it provides massive guidance in clustering customers' characteristics whilst discovering and fostering potential customer without foregoing the retention of existing patrons. In both cases, analytics, no doubt, okay, performs beyond more systematic data analysis. It's beyond that, okay. We would say that the business analytics is important to comprise the role of interrelating the connections between both a company's offerings and customers' requirements. Now, outstripping the limited scope of numerical interpretation, its potential lies in complementing cognitive rationalizations among industrial practitioners to suscite consequential implication. Now, strategic implication in both strategic and also operational decision that finally fulfill and further surpass organizational and market expectation. Thanks very much, everyone, for your time. Now, Prof, back to you, Prof.
Okay. So, any question from the participants? Okay. Thanks, Dr. Cheng.
Yep. Just one short words. Thank you, Professor Cheng, for this business analytics. I think Professor Chen's discussions is very helpful, and analytics certainly we need to build the capability, and in view of the yesterday, as we talked about the VUCA, volatilities, volatiles, uncertainties, complexities, ambiguities, environment, I think that analytics could help us to deal with all these complexities and uncertainties. And the one of the issues that we have to challenge is the paradigm, because we seems to be constrained by the paradigms of the traditional paradigms of marketing, and still guiding us in terms of identifying issue. But hopefully in the future we can be slowly more flexible, so that we can allow the analytics to be more flexible, giving us more patterns, emerging patterns of theories, rather than being constrained by the normative marketing theory. Yeah. So this is my hope for the future.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Tan. Okay, I hope all of you enjoyed my presentation just now, and I hope the research could provide a little bit insights to business analytics and so on. Okay, thanks very much. Okay, now yeah, Prof, go ahead.
Yeah. So a nice opinion expressed by Dr. Tan, and this is one of the domain where I am working.
Okay.
This analytics is my own job. This is my area of specialization. And as per my own perception, because earlier we used to involve in the market research domain, where the importance of market research in managerial decisions, designing marketing strategies. So that moment, I think 20 years ago, the involvement of system sciences were not much more visible. That moment, nothing like R programming, nothing like machine learning, nothing like your computer-based tools were not visible. Only statistical tools were utilized. Number of organizations, whether it is Nielsen, whether it is Fractals, or whether your other agencies that is directly involved regarding the collection of data and analysis. Interpretation was left each and every individual. But due to the involvement of the system sciences, it has revived a number of branches, especially of the basic sciences. It revived the statistical techniques. It revived the certain components of the mathematical domain. And not only revived, but it provided a sound platform for the decision-making process, whether it is concerned with the tourism analytics, whether it is concerned with the medical analytics, whether it is concerned with the political analytics, whether it is concerned with the different, under the different names of the intelligence. You can improve your intelligence with the support of the analytical tools, either under the name of business analytics or taking the support of data analytics. And the one of very advanced tools that we want to introduce here, because the fuzzy analytics is one of the very powerful tool that will enhance not only the decision making process, because I have seen the most of the analytics one working only on the statistical techniques. Remember, statistical techniques is one of the technique. Okay, but the fuzzy analytics, fuzzy techniques, fuzzy data analytics techniques is much more powerful than the statistical one. Reason is that it is capturing a lot of vague data that cannot be handled by your statistical tools. But the problem is that we mathematicians, means my fellow colleague mathematicians, are not at all producing this particular branch that is very helpful for the analytics domain. They are teaching this just like a mathematics. They should teach this domain of fuzzy so that it may be helpful to each and every domain of life where analytics is involved. Analytics, I think it is involved everywhere. One aspect has been taken care by Dr. Boone. Lot of other divisions are there, whether it is related with our web analytics, whether it is concerned with our sports analytics, whether it is concerned with the media analytics. Everywhere analytics is done. I think the 21st century will be dominated by the analytical tool. Thanks, Dr. Boone, for providing a source of information to each and everyone and inspiring each and everyone to come forward to join this domain in their respective domain. Thanks, Dr. Boone. Thanks, Seta.
Thanks, Doctor. I have to make a move now because today is the 9th day of Chinese New Year.
Okay.
There are some player, everyone is waiting for me for family dinner. Dr. Tan can understand that perfectly.
Sure.
Maaf khana, yeah, maaf khana.
Maaf
karenge. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, and shukriya, yeah.
Okay, namaste.
Namaste. Okay, we keep in touch. Okay, everyone.
Sure,
okay.
Sure.
Call me in the next topics.
Sure.
Okay, I'll try my best. Okay. And thanks for giving me such a good idea to conduct a research in analytics. Okay, when I contacted you, Prof. Pakach.
Yeah.
Okay, shukriya, maafkana. I have to go now. I will try to join. Okay, rejoin after the dinner and the prayer. Everyone is waiting there for me, looking at me.
Okay. Go and join.
Okay.
Go and join and come back once you are free.
Okay, Dr. Tan, happy Chinese New Year.
Happy
Bye-bye.
Chinese New Year.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Dr. Jen Boone, for your beautiful presentation.
So let me welcome the young, dynamic, managerial skills-based Professor Dr. Pichaida. She is here. Welcome, Dr. Pichaida. Welcome, Dr. Maria, Dr. Rajnela, all colleagues, those who are here. It's my warm welcome to all of you. And now, Dr. Wilson, please take the chair and go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Jen Boone, for your beautiful presentation. Thank you, Professor Pankaj Srivastava, for your nice interaction and also for chairing the session. The next session, I invite Dr. Sairong, Faculty of Management Science, Ubon Ratchathani Business School, Thailand, to chair the session. Welcome, Dr. Sairong. Welcome, madam.
Yes, good evening. Good evening once again, Professor. Good evening from here in Thailand. Yes, we have a good chance again today to welcome back my colleague from Ubon Ratchathani Business School, Thailand. And she will be presenting her paper on the conception framework of internal factors and core anxiety influence hotel employees of work happiness in the COVID-19 pandemic in Thailand. And she is here with us already. And please welcome her once again, her Assistant Professor Dr. Pichayada Poonpa.
Welcome, Dr. Pichayada. Welcome.
Welcome back on the stage.
Good evening, professors and researchers. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, very good. I would like to present my paper. I would like to share first. Okay. Can you see?
Visible.
Visible?
Yes. Your screen is visible.
It's okay. Go ahead, please.
Okay, the topic of this research is about a conceptual framework of internal factors and work anxiety influence hotel employees of work happiness in the COVID-19 pandemic in Thailand. That we know about nowadays, the world has been a COVID-19 pandemic for over a year. It has spread rapidly across the globe. And right now, by mid-February 2021, there has been over 110 million cases of COVID-19 globally, with over 2,400,000 deaths right now. With the rapid spread of COVID-19, all countries have to prevent its spread by social distancing, wearing masks in public, and close school, community, and business as also, especially hotel as well. Yeah, because of most of hotel in Thailand now, they closes or are limited tourists. Right now, most hotel staff have to work from home. Some don't have payment or tips. So there is an effect on their work happiness. Why happiness is so important? Because happiness at work refers to how present mood, uncertainty, well-being, and positive attitude with their work. Satisfaction at the workplace is essential for improving productivity in any organization and also hotel. This paper reveals the definition, causes, and consequences of happiness at the hotel staff work in around the world, but I would like to collect data in Ubon Ratchathani province, Thailand, during the COVID-19 pandemic. However, are the factors affecting their satisfaction different from typical or new normal situation in the same way? What factors could effectively affect employee happiness to enhance happiness at the workplace? For research objectives, I have 3 research objectives. The first is about analyzing the relationship between employee traits, internal organization factors, and work anxiety influence hotel employee of work happiness in COVID-19 pandemic. 2, measuring the importance of internal organization factors and work anxiety influence hotel employee of work happiness in COVID-19 pandemic.
Who is?
Yes.
Who is barking?
Barking. My dog, sorry about that. Number 3 is about developing causal model of employee happiness at workplace for hotel staff. Yes, from the literature review. Happiness is the most important goal that many, sorry about that, professors. It's like, yes.
He's not happy. He's not happy. The dog is not happy.
Right. Some like children walk through my house and yes.
Okay.
Right. Okay. That many people want to have around the world. Happiness is crucial for improving productivity on the job and in life also. We will see about like a FATER 2010. He separates happiness to be 3 parts. It's about job satisfaction, organizational commitment, and work engagement. Diner also, Diner and Lucas, just Kongsu and etc. He separate to be autonomy, relatedness, and completeness. Then actually for construct of happiness is about job satisfaction, organizational commitment, or work engagement. I will follow for this. Okay, for independent variables that have effects of happiness at workplace. The first one that I synthesize is about employee personality. According to Diner 1999 and Januasuno 2015, they found that personalities such as age, gender, race, culture, experience at work, job characteristic, all of these are the key factor or determinant of happiness. And many researchers such as Robin and Jess have found consistent results also. And for the next researcher, Louis Bomsky, Sheldon, or Chekadi maybe show that personality traits correlate with happiness, and an outcome of this research was the sustainable happiness model. Therefore, different traits will lead to the differential satisfaction of people within different workplaces. And why work anxiety is so important right now, because we know like now COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of business closed, some business like a pay cut or cut unemployment, something like that. That's why right now situation about staff hotel, they have work anxiety, and some papers that they show that I collect and analyze found that work anxiety is affect right now from happiness at the workplace also. I follow Georgie Leka, something like that, and their group 2020 they separate work anxiety to be 3 groups. For the first group is about psychological problem, is about uncertainty and economic, include about the fear of losing the job, pay cuts, layoffs, reduced benefits, job insecurity, economic loss, unemployment. For the second group is about physical and mental health problems often may include like a low mood, maybe low motivation, exhaustion, anxiety, depression, burnout, suicidal thoughts. Yeah, it's about mental problems, health problems. And the third group is about psychological problem is physical reactions. Yes, it also include digestive problems, changes to appetite and weight, dermatological reactions, fatigue, cardiovascular disease, musculoskeletal disorders, headaches or other explanation aches and pains, changes in behavior such as a change in activity level or increased use of tobacco, alcohol, and drugs as a way of coping, in addition to change in the person's ability to relax or level of irritability. And the third independent variable is about internal organization factor or management factor. It's about I collect many research before, and I found that internal organization can separate to be 5 parts. For the first is about employee performance. The second is about positive leadership behavior, includes positive feedback. The third is about positive relationship. The fourth is about benefit and income. And the fifth is about autonomy. For the first is about employee performance. Why it's so important? Because it's worth evaluating for the organization, focusing on the quality task management. Many researchers find that positive employee well-being correlates positive with job performance. This positive human resource management practice have the effect of improving employee level of performance, such as Madurai 2011 training of employee employment have also got an effect of increasing employee level of performance. The second, positive leadership behavior include positive feedback. My dog, sorry. Okay, leadership is a critical role in the creation of successful organization. Great leadership inspire and direct to nature, employee happiness, and must develop operating system and a culture that reinforce the role of the individual within the context of the community. Then positive leaders can influence their followers and make them happy, which will be reflected in their performance and positive productivity in organization. Positive relationship, why it's so important? Because some people change their job easily or have loyalty or engagement to an organization. depends on working relationship rather than on economic incentives. For example, Ranjing and Dutton 2007. Cancer or Snow found that employee happiness is usually associated with more social individuals and have more friends. The first is about benefit and income. The previous results found that benefit and income related to staff happiness. For example, researchers from the University of Warwick in the United Kingdom found that people who are happy at work are about 12% more productivity. And sure, or many researchers found that wages and salary income have a strong relationship with life satisfaction. People compare their own income with others, and they are likely to be happy when they receive income equality or more. And the last is, but not least, is about autonomy. Autonomy is very important also because if some organization have autonomy, is having autonomy is like a make employees feel more value and trust their output improve. Second, it can be more efficient to allow employees to work more independently. And the last is about autonomy and encourages creativity for all the data or for the variables. I can create conceptual framework to be like this. Happiness at the workplace can measure with three parts. Is about job satisfaction, positive emotion, and work engagement. This is the independent variable that I would like to measure. And independent variable separate to be three groups. The first is about employee personality. I will measure about gender or age or education, position, marital status, children, job category or country also, but in Thailand maybe country, okay, deleted, and experience. About internal organizational factor, I will ask about employee performance, leadership, behavior, positive relationship, benefit, and income. And work anxiety is about uncertainty and economy, physical and mental health problems, and physical reaction. This is conclusion that I would like to inform you again about. Right now, the situation of economy is slowed down. Some hotels have to stop working and like a low pay or some cut of jobs, something like that, then it's effect of hotel staff. That's why I would like to study about how happiness at the workplace of the hotel staff right now. And based on many research, I found that happiness at the workplace can separate to be three parts, and that I already conclude about job satisfaction, work engagement, and positive emotion. And about independent variables is can show, the results show us about the first one is about organizational factors. It's about employee performance, leadership behavior, positive relationship, and benefit income are strongly associated with employee happiness. The third is about work anxiety. It's very important because right now uncertainty and economy, physical and mental health problems, physical reaction also. And the last one is about personal traits are so important. For the next the next step I will develop to is about questionnaire for correcting data. Quantitative research design will be used for this study. Descriptive statistic and structural equation modeling will apply for analyzing data. The research finding will contribute to improve well-being and happiness at the workplace of hotel staff in Thailand, in Ubon Ratchathani province. Yeah, this reference. Thank you so much for your attention. Time to Q&A ค่ะ
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Pichayada, for your nice presentation. Your topic is very interesting because since we have been in the COVID-19 situation for almost 2 years already, and of course, hotel industry is the big part of the service industry that has been affected, directly affected, and we have been hurt so quite a lot, especially for hotel staff and also our colleague in service industry. So it's so sad, but don't worry, we will be recovering soon. So maybe next year, just be patient for this. For your conception framework, thank you once again, and please come back again when you complete the whole report, the whole research. So I mean, when you complete, we would like to hear again from you for the result. Your presentation, the conception framework. So you are trying to explore the relation to the factor affecting happiness at the workplace, which is I am quite sure that there is no happiness at the workplace right now in this situation. But by the way, the hotel staff in the COVID-19 period, so you're trying to bring the coherence to the academics and policy debates and aid for the further research. The synthesis between the happiness at the workplace is of course related to the job satisfaction, the positive emotions and work engagement, because happy employees are more satisfied with their job than employee unhappy, for sure. Meanwhile, the majority of people spend much on their time at work. Of course, we are spending more than 8 hours at workplace, just like you guys and me. So the relationship between the independent variables in the COVID-19 era, including employee personality, internal organization factors, and work anxiety. Yes, the anxiety is the key of the happiness right now in this era. So it's a structural equation that you are using in the future, right? You are using the same.
Yeah, right. Structural
It's
equation.
research.
Yes, right.
Okay, it's interesting, Dr. Pichayada. Please go and complete and show us once again when you complete the whole research. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sairung. Any suggestions?
Thank you.
Dr. Sairung, thanks very much for your sharing this session. Dr. Pichayada, the data that you are going to, may I ask question, Dr. Sairung, with the...
Yes, please,
okay.
Professor.
Because she has selected a very nice topic for survey and for modeling purpose. The current scenario of tourism industry worldwide almost in the similar phase, but Thailand worstly affected because Thailand is the capital, I can say, the headquarter of the tourism industry. Each and every corner from the world, people are arriving Thailand. Each and every hotel and everything was there. All of a sudden, in 2 years, everything is just in a somersault situation. So, Pichayada, are you interacting the workers, the employees of the hotel industry on a variety of scales that you have designed? The questionnaires that you are preparing, on what basis?
Okay, prepare. Actually, For hotel in Ubon, I have many entrepreneurs here. And yes, for collecting data is not quite hard for me. I think I will ask my students, maybe the first year they study researchers class with me and then collecting data. And yes, but I just quite concerned about they still have staff or not right now because I will have a I mean I don't know they cut laws about staff or not. I wanna have around 200 or more answer my questions. Yes, for complete this research. Yes.
Okay, complete your research and present once again. We are waiting for your output.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Thanks. Thanks. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pichaida, for the nice presentation about happiness at the workplace. It's really interesting. Thank you once again. I also thank Dr. Sairum for chairing the session. Now I invite Dr. Layazanko Alexandra to chair the session.
Please invite the speakers as well.
Hello, dear colleagues. Have a nice day, and my congrats for the second day of this great conference. And with my congrats, I wanted to introduce our colleague, Zineda Zhivko, Doctor of Economic Science, Professor of Management Department, Lviv State University of Internal Affairs, real member of the International Academy of Information Science, Academy of Economic Science of Ukraine of Management, and Academy of the Academy of the Science of Higher Education of Ukraine, and our colleague Lilia Kucharska, PhD in Economics, teacher of Department of Foreign Language and Military Translation of Hetman Petro Sagadachny National Army Academy, Lviv, Ukraine. And both these scientists research a very important topic, and the topic is named the financial security strategic management at the level of the state and economic actors. Thank you.
Дуже дякую. Перш за все, дякую професору Панкаю Срівоставу, що дав можливість нам сьогодні долучитися до виступу. Ми постараємося дуже коротенько і швидко викласти думки про інтелектуальний капітал. І зараз я надам слово Лілії Кухарській для самої презентації. Дякую.
Thanks a lot. Good morning, good evening. Hello, everyone. Firstly, we want to say great thanks for the invitation to Professor Pankaj Srivastava. That's a great honor and pleasure for us. So today we want to talk the very needful nowadays information about intellectual capital. So our topic is significant components of intellectual capital. So intellectual capital, intangible assets that provide competitive advantages, including intellectual property, such as patents, copywriting software, and organizing system, procedures, and protocols. Intangible assets related to the brand and reputation of the company. Next, please. In this slide, you see the composition of intellectual capital of the enterprise. Intellectual capital, human capital. We know that human capital, we think that that's the relatively stable structure of a human mental ability. It includes experience, acquired knowledge, and the ability to quickly and appropriate use them in new situations that have not yet occurred. If we talk about intellectual capital, that is intangible assets we talked about that provide competitive advantage, including intellectual property and other things. Next, please. We believe that intellectual capital is an employee's knowledge, skills, and experience that has a direct impact on the development of enterprise, providing economic stability and competitiveness. Next, please. Forming of intellectual capital depends on quality of intellectual resources, which are used in combination with financial and material resources. The size of intellectual capital is determined on the basis of capitalization of additional income that the enterprise receives in the process of production activity due to its competitive advantages. Next one. You see the indicators of management effectiveness are net profit received by the enterprise as a result of innovative activity, and identified the efficiency of intellectual capital for a certain period of time. It moving to the level of intellectual capital which is received at the enterprise determines its condition that potential possibilities in the process of innovation activity. So next, please. Over here, you can see different methods, different approaches. Next one, please. Next one. Thanks a lot. If the received estimation in less than the reference one, it's necessary to return the stage of selection of qualitative and quantitative indices. Then the criteria of effectiveness management should be selected. After analyzing the performance criteria, a strategy action plan is selected. Next one, please. For better and more effectiveness intellectual capital management, it is proposed to identify the factors that are most important. Depending on the category of enterprises, the indicators also change. By using correlation regression analysis, system of quantitative indicators are established. Next one. In order to find the most significant independent variable and possible dependence between intellectual capital indicators, person correlation coefficients were calculated for LTD, and that MS-Excel was used for calculation. For the obtained correlation matrix. It's established that for LTD and NZ, the most significant components of intellectual capital, which is higher than 0.5, are the number of employers with high education, advanced training of managers, specialists, and employers, investment in personal development, investment of enterprise development. The next one. Having found out the most significant factors, it's necessary to construct the regression equations which will help to make a predictable use of intellectual capital in the future. Improvement of organizational and informational support of the mechanism of intellectual capital management of enterprise explains the connection between intellectual capital management and its evaluation. It characterized by a clear sequence of management stages. The most influential indicators of the intellectual capital of the considered machine building enterprises were found out. Holistically, coefficients were obtained, which determined the influence of the selected factors on the intellectual capital. To the end, we want to say that intellectual capital management is carried out by human, technological, and market components. In general, we want to say that in order to increase the efficiency of domestic enterprises, it's necessary to intensify the context managerial influence based on innovation on the factors of intellectual capital formation. So thanks a lot for your attention. That's it. I try to be as fast as possible.
Dr.
Thanks a lot, dear colleagues. Thanks a lot, Professor Zhivko and Professor Kucharska. And I want to say something about this very important topic. First of all, I want to say that as said one famous person, every country lives on the cost of the intellectual capital. And right now we could see that we have traditional components of intellectual capital, and right now we can see absolutely new component of intellectual capital. And our dear colleague could show for our intention very important to this, not about only components, but about evaluate and about improvement of approach for assessment of this category. And also, and it's very important too, we can see that intellectual capital has very interesting hierarchy and decomposition, and every level of this decomposition and every level of this hierarchy has specialty components and specialty methods for research of these components. And also we have to understand that right now, the artificial intelligence is a part of our intellectual capital in traditional understanding. And this is a very big challenge for us because we must create new approach for assessment of this component, which not only convergence in our traditional sphere of intellectual capital, but diffusion and incorporate of this sphere, and so I want to say thanks a lot. Thank you very much for this research, and I think that we have to continue study this scientific topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Thank you, Ms. Dr. Lilia Kukashka and her team, Psychocyanida and Melinovic Victoria. I also thank the chairperson, Lyshenko Alexandra. Now we move to the next session. I invite Dr. Lilia Balash and the paper presenter, Dr. Svetlana Rodashenko. Over to Dr. Lilia Balasha.
Кухарська, будь ласка, представте Світлану.
Добре, я зрозуміла. Світлану Родченко, Зінаїда Богданівна.
Та.
So, dear colleagues, dear scientists from whole the world, we want, with a great pleasure, I want to give the words with very smart thoughts, with very needful ideas to Svetlana Rodchenko. This person is PhD in economics, senior lecturer of the Department of Financial and Economic Security, Accounting and Audit, the National University named after Bechtel, Urban Economy in Kharkiv, Ukraine. And her co-author is Maria Rodchenko, student. I hope that in the future she's gonna be a great scientist as her mother, of Karazin National University of Ukraine. So girls, your turn for speech.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the conference. We're really happy to take part in such a great event. So a report on the topic essence and types of financial fraud in banking institutions is called to your attention. I'm so sorry. Can you see the presentation? Is everything okay? So, banking system of the state is a defining link of ecosystem of the country, which unites all sectors of economy, various segments of population, private and public sectors. Low incomes, development of information technology, and use of large sums of money by commercial banks have created the basis of development of banking fraud. Banking fraud is a covered process of systematic damage to banks' financial security, which leads to financial losses, loss of trust and reputation among customers, and in some cases can lead to bankruptcy of banking institution. Banking system of the state is a defining line of economic system of the country. So the growing number of financial frauds in banking institutions requires an in-depth historical study of this phenomenon. Similar approaches can be among the scientific approaches to understanding the concept of financial fraud, which in turn can be grouped into groups. The approach based on definition of theoretical scientists or scientific and theoretical approach, and the approach based on law enforcement, practical and functional approach. In our study, banking fraud is understood as a cumulative criminal actions and manipulation to size the funds of commercial bank or its customers. Banking fraud is not a situational act, but carefully planned and organized activity with a clear purpose to obtain material benefits. Banking fraud has a pronounced cycle with clear stages, which you can see on our scheme. The specificity of banking systems and fraud is that the action of attackers can be aimed at financial institution itself as well as its customers or partners. In view of this, commercial bank can be a victim of fraud or just a tool in hands of criminals. Bank employees are often malefactors. Therefore, it is advisable to distinguish between external and internal banking fraud. A wide range of people can be involved in banking fraud. In addition, they can be both conscious participants in fraudulent activities and persons who were not aware of their role in fraud. In other words, those who were used by fraudsters at all. In the first stage, money is directed to intermediate people. Only later, after legalization, money received through fraudulent activities goes directly to fraudster. Financial consequences arise for the deceived person as a result of funds loss. In this context, fraudsters try to influence the deceived person so that he is not aware of fraud and is not available to inform others. Traces of financial fraud remain in commercial bank in form of tangible or intangible assets. In order to conceal the committed fraud, fraudsters use method of concealing or destroying evidence that confirms the connection of a particular person with the operation. It should be noted that the level of damages from fraudulent actions is quite low. Less than 25% of stolen customers' funds can be returned. Financial fraud has a number of negative consequences for banking institutions, including disruption of operation activities, direct financial losses, imposition of sanctions, payment of fines, and in case of repetition, the loss of banking licenses and bankruptcy. However, this list indicates only financial losses, and the real cost of financial fraud for the bank is much bigger. Though a bank involved in financial fraud loses customers, trust and reputation, motivation of bank's employees decreases, partners interrupt commercial relations, and as a result, the bank loses its share of banking market and prospects. And this is only part of the non-monetary consequences of financial fraud for commercial bank. Ukraine is one of the leading countries in field of banking fraud and is among the top 5 countries where banking payments are unsecured. It should be noted that 19% of transactions suspected in fraud were indeed fraudulent. This figure exceeds the volume of fraud in other countries. The largest share of fraudulent banking operation was carried out using social engineering methods, 41%. The essence of such fraudulent actions is to extract payment card data from customers and gain access to accounts and stolen funds. The victims of social engineering are usually people of retirement age, 55 years and older. 15% are and middle-aged people. These are approximately 13%. As it can be seen from the figure, the popular way of stealing funds from bank customers is left through the auto-teller machines and with the internet for 32 and 16%. Also, attackers use a variety of social engineering techniques, including phishing, proxying, botting, and quid pro quo. What does these terms mean? You can see in our slide. Also, the largest number of cases of bank payment fraud in Ukraine was carried out using social engineering methods implemented in the card not present environment. It means operation without a card and the physical presence of user. This can be explained by the fact that the attackers receive bank data and customer identification data. The popularity of social engineering is due to the fact that this method of fraud is quite simple to implement. Despite the fact that bank employees want customers not to disseminate information on the bank card over the phone, but fraudsters have many ways to influence the victim. Thus, the weakest method in payment system is the customer himself. For the justice sake, it should be mentioned that banking fraud using social engineering is not only a problem in Ukraine, but it's also a global problem. Though more than half of the world's banking suffered damage from phishing attacks. Approximately 52%. Banking institutions of the following countries, you can see on the slide, suffered from the most fighting attacks. China, Brazil, Macau, Russian Federation, Australia, New Zealand, Qatar, Kazakhstan, Taiwan, and so. Phishing was used by bank fraudsters in the following countries: Russia, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Turkey, Moldova, Ukraine, Kyrgyzstan, Belarus, and Latvia. As for losses from banking fraud, according to the National Ukrainian Bank data, there was an improvement during 2017 to 2018 year. Though during the analyzed period, a decrease in the number of frauds committed by approximately 6,000 cases has been observed. The amount of losses from fraudulent actions also decreased by 42 hryvnias for each million hryvnias of performed banking operation. So, banking fraud has negative consequences for state financial system stability as a whole. The negative impact is manifested in the slowdown in spread of non-cash payments, the spread of public distrust in banks, shadowing of financial transactions. So that's all. Thank you for your attention.
So thanks a lot, girl scientists. That was really needful information, because nowadays financial fraud is a crime in the sphere of economics activity and in socially dangerous act. That encourage on the financial system and credit system, not only of our Ukraine, not only of our country such as Ukraine. That is problem of all countries in the world. It poses a serious threats to the development of financial institutions, damages commercial banks, credit institutions, and local authorities, self-government, and the state as a whole. So I think that we need to talk about such a needful problem, especially nowadays with economic crisis in all the world, because I see we think that all countries in the world nowadays have problems with their economy. Not only talking about external problems, also about internal problems. So thanks a lot. Any questions? Maybe someone want to ask? Yes, Professor Pankai.
So this is a common practice, I think, everywhere. This phenomena is in practice, either knowing through your WhatsApp number. Recently, I have seen that if Rajane is here, I don't know, Dr. Rajnela is here, I think. Nowadays, WhatsApp numbers are being cloned. It is now a new practice that is noticed in Brazil as well, in Indian continent, and I think worldwide. This social media contacts, if you are using in your bank, using this particular mobile number is as in your bank data, So the programs are now being designed. As you click the link they share, immediately the money will be disappeared from your bank account. So it is now, I think it worldwide is a common feature, as you shared, that our alertness is much more important. How much we are alert, we are not giving our attention to this particular such kind of links. We don't be very much careful. We don't be very much interested in the fake messages that inspire you to click the link or to receive the calls. I think everywhere this group of software industry people are indulged in money laundering phenomena through this online banking method. So I would like to ask one question, is that how, okay, this is a banking fraud is there. Bank is not helpful regarding the blocking the transaction of such kind of malpractices. They merely give us an alert. So is it possible to develop a device that once a fellow share a link to you, so that link, just like a spam messages, not be recognized? See, some messages appears either your mobile number, immediately mobile trace it as a spam. So if such kind of links appears at your message, is it possible to treat it as a spam link?
In our opinion, bank is such a huge and secure system that is not very harmful, at least in some basic positions, but there are some events that can provide fraud in banks, but we don't really think that just a simple link that we can receive by our phones, computers, and other our gadgets can take great harm to our bank's account and system at all.
No, I am asking that these links that is causing great harm, whether these links may be classified or be alerted by the banks as a spam, so that the customer may be alerted. Is it possible?
No, that's not. That's impossible. Sorry, girls, that's your answer. No, I really just say that I'm helping the girls because I'm solidar with girls.
We did already say that it is impossible because the bank system is a huge, secure system, and we think that it's not possible.
Firstly, we need to say that our IT technology, our IT specialists very deeply work and with banks, and our banking system is not so weak. Our economy of Ukraine is more weakness than banks in Ukraine, because more than 50% of Ukrainian banks, they are from Europe. So you understand that European owners doesn't want to have problems and doesn't want to spend their money and to become a bankrupt. So that's why it's impossible. Girls?
Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sutina Rodchenko, for her beautiful paper on financial fraud in banking. Also, I thank Lilia Kukarska for chairing the session. Now I invite Dr. K.S. Joseph Wilson, Associate Professor and Head, Department of Physics, Anandar College, Madurai, India, to chair the next session. Over to Dr. K.S. Joseph Wilson.
Thank you, Dr. George. I am very happy to introduce Dr. Sesu Raja, former Head, Department of Philosophy, Anandar College. His doctoral work is on feminism. He has done his postdoctoral studies in Woodstock Theological Center, Washington, D.C. Now he used to give a number of invited talks throughout the country, India. He is an expert in innovative quantum medicine. Now I invite Dr. Sesuraja to give his talk. Welcome, Dr. Sesuraja.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Can I bring my PowerPoint?
Yes, yes. You can present.
1 minute. Sir, is it there?
No, no.
Is it seen? PowerPoint is seen,
no,
sir?
Only window is seen. Go to the PowerPoint.
I have gone.
No, you please click the PowerPoint. Yeah.
Double click.
Open the PowerPoint.
Yes, sir.
No, you should give a double click, I think.
Is it visible now?
Now it is visible.
Now, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shall I start?
Yes, yes.
Good evening to all. Good morning also. At the outset, I would like to thank all the organizers of this international conference. A very special word of thanks to Dr. Joseph Wilson, Head Department of Physics, Anandar College, Karmathur, for having invited me to share my views on this particular topic. My topic is my perception of reality changes my personal reality and alters my health. Why I have chosen this topic? Because there is a growing health awareness today. At least after the age of 40, many of us worry about our health. We all know that health has become a real concern for us. We can also accept that it is very difficult to find people who do not take medicine for some disease or other. The main reasons which I understand for becoming sick, for ordinary people, whenever they have a free medical camps, they go and attend and they become diabetics, having BP and so on. For middle class people, they have regular annual checkups. Actually, this annual checkup is not a health care system, it is health care system. And we also have health insurance today. Another reason is when we go for some other treatment, we are also treated for sugar disease, cholesterol and so on. And they would say that we are in the borderline. And later on, we will join the sick people. Another reason is, our sedentary life, not very physical exercises that we have in our regular life. And more chemicalized food, hotel food. And in a very special way, many advertisements scare us. Also, we have many people, those who give medical advice whenever we have some problem or other. I feel really, qualified to talk about this because I was suffering from so-called royal diseases years ago, some 8 years ago. Even our Anandar College staff members know it very well. I was struggling a lot. But after having understood, what health means and whatever I am going to say hereafter, I am now enjoying a very good health without taking any medicine for years. I want to share this joy with you all. Let me first start with the definition of health. Health is not actually the absence of diseases, but it is the presence of energy, enthusiasm, and compassion. When we get up from the bed in the early morning, we must feel enthusiastic to do our daily works. And also, every day, we should be able to love others, have compassion towards others. If we have these characteristics, then we can clearly say that we are healthy. And we also have to understand that the health disease is not an entity. It is not like a thing it is somewhere and we have to take it out. No, it's not an entity. And if you understand the difference between illness and wellness, we understand health better. Illness comes when we are worried about eye problem. Wellness comes when we feel that we are all together. Well, now I am entering into my topic. My perception of reality matters every time, because whenever I feel sick, I would like to hand over my health in someone else's hands. I don't believe in my body. I don't believe in myself that I can be healed, because we believe that health is somehow solely connected to the physical body. So, and we also feel that the physical parts of the body have problems. Therefore, we go to doctors, take medicines, we hand over our health in others' hands. Also, we believe that only outside medicines have the power to bring back my health, which is not fully true. Well, where we are actually different, human beings are different. What is the differentiating characteristic of humans from animal kingdom? We all know that it is self-consciousness. To explain it differently, animals know and they do not know that they know. Humans know and they know that they know, because we are self-aware. Now, what we are going to do with our self-consciousness? Why I have this, why I say this perception matters? Because how I perceive the reality, that is the outside reality, decides how my personal reality is going to be. My perception of reality of this outside world is basically materialism. I will explain it later. Matter only we understand. We think everything is made of matter. Actually, matter doesn't matter. We have to concentrate only on mind. We have to mind the mind. Therefore, if my perception of reality changes my personality, I become a victim in this exploitative world. At the same time, if my personality changes my personal reality, I become a co-creator of the cooperative world. That is what actually the quantum physics clearly explains. What do I mean by this? Suppose if I simply blindly follow whatever I perceive, of outside reality, then it disturbs my personality. I become a victim. I simply go ahead with the current. But when I stand consciously, about perceiving things, then I become a co-creator of this cooperative world. So let me first explain, what are all the false assumptions that we have about the macro world, then the micro world, then about medicine, about our health. We also know that science is just 300 to 400 years old after Sir Isaac Newton. It's very young. Why I say that? I mean, we need not fully depend on this science, because Newtonian physics clearly says all that exists is matter, and matter only matters. Therefore, the belief in matter and spirit as dichotomized components, has become prevalent. And a very important personality is René Descartes, the father of modernism. And matter is unconscious and spirit is conscious. We all know that matter is studied by science and spirit is studied by religions. And somehow they begin to oppose each other almost all the time. And we also believe that the laws of universe are fixed or constant. It's once again a false assumption. It's not so. It is not accepted by quantum physics. And we believe that evolution is linear, 1, 2, 3, 4, like, and also it doesn't have any purpose, because we believe that the world is matter. It is unconscious. Therefore, there cannot be any purpose, which is not again true. And if you have this false assumption, then naturally survival is competitive. We believe the world is like a battlefield. We go to fight with the world, and therefore everyone struggles, in fact. And the false assumptions regarding microcosm, about our human beings. Human beings are genetically controlled. We still believe that genetics control us. Whenever we go to the hospital, they say it's a genetic disease. You have inherited from your forefathers and so on, foremothers and so on. But when we read this Bruce Lipton's book called Biology of Belief, he counter-argues it. He also explains what is called epiphenomenon. It is not the genes control our physical body, our personality, and whatever it may be. What controls is our perception of environment controls our human beings. And another important false assumption is mind is inside the brain. It's an action of the brain. Memories are stored in the brain, and it will be automatically wiped out at death. I mean, it's not true. They say the mind is outside. To understand it very clearly, we have to go to Tom Campbell, a NASA physicist who explains it very well, how it can be understood and so on. And in this, if you believe in these scientific experiments, then automatically telepathy becomes illusory. We don't believe in telepathy. Okay, it may be an incident, but it cannot be scientifically proved, because science is measurement, which is contradicted by Rupert Sheldrake. He's a biologist, and he counter-argues that. And therefore, we, in the false assumptions, if you believe in materialism and Sir Isaac Newton's classical physics, we automatically become spectators of this world and victims in the world. We are simply carried away by this exploitative world. We cannot do anything about this universe. And our inner experiences of feelings, thoughts, and beliefs have nothing to do with this outer world. This is actually refuted by Craig Braden. He is a geologist. He has written many books, and his recent book called The Human Design explains so well who is really a human being, how he has got this self-consciousness and so on. Well, now, what is actually the truth? I actually believe in this quantum physics, which has its beginning in 1920s, and Max Planck is the father of quantum mechanics, where they talk about the world is fully connected and related. Everything is holistic. You cannot compartmentalize anything, in the world. That is what their understanding of world is. And also they say that the world is conscious, living, and loving. And as we know that everything is made of matter, they say no, world is non-material. It is not made of matter. It is basically made of energy, waves, vibrations. This is what they talk about. And our false assumption is there is empty space. Between two things, there is empty space. But quantum physics says no. Everything is filled with energy. Therefore, everything is connected and communicating with each other. Everything communicates with each other. And the communication is non-local, very instantaneous, very instantaneous. So the truth clearly explains the whole world is interconnected, and since everything is interconnected, our perception of reality matters. When I perceive the reality in a particular way, accordingly, there can be change in the outer world as well as the inner world. That is what they say. Therefore, we become creators. We are not victims. We also become participators in this world. Therefore, my understanding is, if I change my perception, my world, the micro world, also the macro world for me will change. Quantum physics clearly tells us that nothing that is observed is unaffected by the observer. As long as I observe, I am simply a spectator. When I observe, things will change for me. In fact, I have entered into this topic, this quantum physics, mainly because of this Stephen Hawking's book. His last book called The Grand Design, written by him. And this one sentence, reality is personal. That is what actually disturbed me so much. As a teacher of philosophy, I have taught also reality is objective. When I read this sentence, the reality is personal, I was really disturbed. But later on, I understood it is personal. I cannot understand the reality as objective. The reality is my reality, and your reality is different. Therefore, and also, I am not a finished product. I am all the time a process. Therefore, nothing in the world is a noun. Everything is a verb. When it is a verb, it is all the time changing. Therefore, there is no need to worry about anything. When we come to this health point of view, from the understanding of quantum physics, who is a patient? Now, I would say that one who does not have the patience to understand that our body can cure itself becomes automatically a patient. If you are able to understand that our body can cure ourselves, then we need not worry about sickness at all. And misconceptions about human body is we believe that we are made of parts. We get human body when all the parts are joined together, and therefore we appear as like a human body. Basically, it is a superstition of materialism. We are not what do you call bodies together. Suppose if we accept that we are like made of parts, then we have to explain this result. Suppose if two people have same sickness, they go to the same hospital, take same medicine, meet the same doctor, consult the same doctor, but they give different results. How is it possible? It's mainly because human beings are different. They are not made of parts. And another misconception, about the human body is, when we become sick, we understand, yes, I am sick. Not necessarily, because 95% of human population in this world is having a perfectly functional set of gene blueprints. All are really healthy. Only a 5% of world's population have genetic disorders. They only need treatment actually in the hospital. But otherwise, all the 95% of the people can easily, recover their health. At the age of 46, I could retrieve my health. I am not taking any medicine for more than some 6 or 7 years. I'm enjoying a very good health. Everyone can do that. Only thing, you must understand. Suppose if you have really enjoyed more or less good health till your age of 15, that means you are really healthy. At any point of time, you can retrieve your health. Only thing, we have to change our perception of our world as well as our human body. So we need not blame our genes. Our perception of environment matters. Well, in what way we go to understand ourselves? If we understand ourselves in this way, then we naturally, come out of all kinds of so-called illnesses. Our first serious misconception is, when we look at the mirror, we see ourselves a singular individual entity. I am not a singular individual entity separated from all other human beings or the nature. I am connected everywhere all the time. In reality, every one of the person is a community of 50 trillion cells. The number is easy to say, but it is, of course, not at all fathomable. And it is unfathomable, in fact, not at all to understand. It's not possible to understand it, because they say the total number of cells in a human body is greater than the total number of humans, on 7,000 Earths. Why? I mean, what is the speciality of these cells? Every cell in our body has all the functions present in the entire human body. That means every cell has its own nervous system, digestive system, respiratory system, musculoskeletal system, reproductive system, even immune system. There are actually 11 systems. All the cells have all the 11 systems. So it's basically a miniature human being. Conversely, we can say that every human being is equivalent of a colossal cell. So we are not a finished product. We are a dynamic activity. So we are not a thing fixed. So our body is not a noun, it's a verb. Also, we must understand that it renews each moment. Every time, so many thousands of cells die and new cells come inside the body. Therefore, there is no need to actually worry about our health. To put it differently, consciousness, when subjectively experienced, appears to be mind, and when objectively experienced, appears to be human body. So therefore, there is no much difference between mind and body. I mean, this is our language problem. Both are actually same. Everything is a vibration, whether it's a brain, mind, and human body. What is actually physical? Everything is vibration. Basically, we are field of potentiality. So also we must understand that our body is a thinking body, not only our brain thinks. Our body is a thinking body. If you understand that our body can think, that is enough that to have this good health. Why I have put this screen? We are like a river, all the time flowing. There is nothing stuck inside. Well, so everything can think. As we know, brain can think, our nervous system can think, our immune system can think, the whole body can think. Not only they can think, they can communicate both locally as well as non-locally, because our body is basically quantum units, waves and particles. So it's mostly empty space. There is nothing to worry about. If you understand our human cells, the cells renew themselves. Liver renews itself. I have given some of the parts of the body, how they renew, how many days they take to be renewed. Once in 6 weeks, liver will be renewed. Skin in a month, and the entire cellular lining of our gut every 72 hours. Stomach line 5 days. Brain only takes almost a year. The skeleton also 3 months time, the whole skeleton of our human body can be renewed. I mean, that means all the cells can be renewed. So in that sense, what we can understand is the whole body can be renewed in a year's time. I would say that, we can even say that I am now 2021 model. Earlier, I was a 2020 model, now 2021 model with the updated antivirus version. We can clearly say that is how the body renews itself. We need not worry about the so-called disease. And we also understand, I said just now, body can think, our body's intelligence. How can the body's intelligence be understood? The body has 3 important persons. One is a God, another one is a doctor, another one is a teacher. Because one cell, we know that one cell has created the whole human body inside the womb of the mother. It knows how to create. When the cell is able to create a human body, do you think that it may not be able to cure any disease if it comes? It knows it. It knows it. Therefore, there is a pharmacy inside the human body. The pharmacy will cure the disease if you are not unnecessarily interfering it with the unnecessary medicines. I am not saying that doctors are not necessary. Doctors are of course necessary, especially for whenever we have accidents, snake bites, anything that comes from outside. A danger, when it comes to a trauma, when it comes from outside, we can, but not for ordinary diseases. We need to go to doctor. Our body can cure itself. Best example is smallpox. Suppose if we have smallpox, if you, in India and all, olden days, they didn't go to doctor. They simply keep that so-called patient with the neem leaves and the neem bed and so on. They will wait. How many days? I mean, no one knows. They will wait till the smallpox goes out. They will be waiting. And afterward, they give bath with the neem leaf water and so on. So this is how they understood. They didn't go to they don't go to doctor. Yet they can be healed easily from smallpox. This is what our body is. Our body is a real miracle. So we need not worry about. We have a trinity in our human body. Our body is very intelligent. And also we know that our body explains certain things to us. It communicates to us. I said there is a teacher inside the body. We don't listen to the teacher. It gives us either discomfort or comfort. Discomfort can be understood as fear, and comfort is love or joy. Whenever the cells feel love, then it grows. It is happy. Whenever the cells feel afraid of, it stops the immune system. Then there is a possibility of the diseases entering in. Therefore, if the cells in the blood are good, the body feels comfort. Otherwise, it feels a discomfort. If you are able to understand the language of the body and adhere it, then we can have a renewed and better health. There are also many health tips, which I may not have time to explain. This is only a skeleton, I would say. I don't think I have exhausted the title of this topic, but I have just given the main points. My perception of the reality matters a lot. That is what ultimately I would like to say. My perception matters. So thank you so much for your patient listening, and thank you for the organizers. Thank you, Anandar.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any questions? Any questions from the audience? Any questions, please?
I just want to share thankfulness, gratitude to professors because this quantum understanding has actually helping us
Yes, sir.
To understand that you know, we should know that the reality is very much perceptual and personal.
Yes,
and
sir.
so to know the reality well in social sciences, we really have to, you know, get into the understanding, the interpretations, the realities of each personal things, and
Yes,
and then from there we can get a better grips. Not it's a virtual reality from our point of view, because we cannot really understand their realities, but we can try to, you know, get closer to their reality through understanding them. So yeah,
yes,
very well presented, professors. You have given us a very good insight to focus on consciousness, because Buddhism has talked about consciousness as the mind, as the chitta, you know, chitta,
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
which is the truth.
Mm.
The absolute truth that is non-self. So consciousness is non-self, and is changing all the times, dynamics.
Yeah.
And so we have to try to understand it so that we can detach, so that we will not get bonded to it, like a hatred, delusion, and all these things. And so thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, please?
Yeah, Dr. Wilson, I want to ask one question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
As in the beginning, the professor shared that he doesn't consider any medicine for the rectification of the drawbacks of the body system.
Yes, sir.
So what practices he used to discuss, or what practices he used to adopt to make his body fit, full of energy? We would like to listen that, because I was searching all those details in the screen, but nothing was visible in the screen. So what kind of practices you adopt?
Yes,
That's
sir.
why your body cells are fully charged, and that's why not a single disease is appearing in your body system. Please
Yes, sir.
share, sir, and enlighten us as well.
Oh, sure. Sir, I'm very happy about this question. In fact, I had diabetics some 8 years back.
Okay.
It was actually 400, and I had low BP. Almost all kinds of royal diseases I had. I can say excruciating back pain, rheumatic arthritis, all these things I had before some 7 or 8 years. But when I understood this, body system, how it works, body has the pharmacy which can cure any disease. So first point is we have to change our perception. We need not worry about our sickness. Sickness is not at all an entity. Whenever I am not saying that I don't get any sickness. I get a headache, I get some fever, or I have sometimes body pain. I don't take any medicine. It is healed by itself. That is what I would like to say. How? There are many simple practices to be followed, sir. For example, actually there are very important four is how to eat, how to eat food, how to drink water, how we have to sleep, and exercise. So these four are very important, sir. I will give you some few points in every thing. For food, suppose if you take bath, you go to wait for 45 minutes to have your breakfast. We cannot, after taking bath, we cannot take food, breakfast, because it will not be digested. Reason is very simple. Our human body, after taking bath, will try to balance the temperature of the body. So if we eat, it will not be digested. Every problem is in the blood, not in the human parts of the body. It is in the blood. To make the blood nutritious, we have to give proper digestion. We are not at all worried about our digestion. So suppose if you had your food means, then you have to wait for at least 2.5 hours to take bath. Point number one. Point number two, suppose if you are having your meals, whenever you feel really hungry, have your meal. Suppose, if you are taking meals 3 times a day or 4 times a day, then naturally you will get sickness. You have to feel hungry, at least two days in a week, like Saturday, Sunday. Whenever you feel hungry, eat. Otherwise, don't eat. I would also like to tell you, sir, these days, about 10 days, I had only 2 days, 2 times meals only. I didn't take 3 times meals. Only today I had my lunch. Now I'm going to have my dinner. Otherwise, only 2 times. Whenever I feel hungry, I eat. This is the second point. When you eat, before having our meal, we should not drink water. For example, if you have taken water, if you have taken water, then you have to wait for half an hour for taking food, because the water will dilute the HCl inside the stomach. Suppose if you have finished your food, then at least you have to wait for half an hour to take water. These are all very simple things which we have to follow so that our digestion will be proper.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. This is how we have to follow.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions?
Thanks,
I would also like to comment and just, it's okay, are you listening?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I would like to say that I really appreciate your presentation because it brought some very simple truths to our lives. Because it's when you think about life, you understand that we are not just body, but we are a body and a soul. And something else.
Yes.
And but sometimes we don't see it this way. We are just concerned about our work, about our surviving.
Correct.
Material surviving. And it was very interesting to listen this perspective. I would like to congratulate your presentation. So it made me think a little bit about my life, and for sure I will understand better my body and my soul. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any more questions, please?
So may I like to add something, sir? May I please?
Yes, Dr.
Just take 2 minutes. Sir, it was a wonderful presentation.
Yes, sir.
He has emphasized that blood is very important for good health. Now, he has also rightly brought out, according to the book, Bruce Lipton's book,
Biology of Belief.
In which he says, as has been brought out also, there are 50 trillion cells in the body living as a. Now, these cells are living in a culture.
Yes, sir.
The culture for the cells, culture for the cells is the blood. Now, when the chemistry of the blood changes, the behavior of the cells also changes.
Yes, sir.
The cells are either in the growth mode or in the protection mode.
Correct. That's what he says. Yes,
yeah. So what I'm trying to build up is when the culture of the blood changes, chemistry of the blood changes, then behavior of the cells also changes.
Yes, sir.
Now, there are some thoughts coming, those thoughts influence the brain, and the brain releases the chemicals. When we think of happy thoughts, loveful thoughts, then our brain releases good chemicals which are salubrious, which give good health, like dopamine, like serotonin, like vasopressin, etc. Released by the brain into the blood, and also hormones. So that is why there is a good health to the system.
Yes, sir.
Really, if there is anger, if there is stress, or fear, that means now the brain will release different set of like adrenaline, neuroepinephrine, and histamine, etc., which will create stress and the problems, and all the cells turbulence and go into the protection mode.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Therefore, all the diseases will appear because there are so many diseases already present in the body, and our immune system is stopping them.
Yes, sir.
He was bringing out that perception is very important, and
very important. Correct, sir.
Thoughts are own reality. So our health is in our own hands with our own thoughts. That's what I would say. In addition to the activities at the physical level, that eat in this way or drink in this way.
Yes, sir. Sure. Mind matters.
Besides our physical aspects that we take care of the body, we take care of thoughts as well. That's important.
That's see, actually, sir, placebo and nocebo effect, sir. Placebo effect as well as nocebo effect. There are two types of effects.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. That's what you are explaining. Thank you so much, sir, for the compliment.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Very kind.
Thank you very much. Actually, explained in detail. He has given so many scientific informations and a lot of data, and also he explained the universe, the empty space, and also the energy. Actually, in quantum mechanics, quantum physics, he explained so many things. We also discussed about these things. Actually, everything exists in the form of matter and energy. Actually, the elastic medium permeates all over the space. We can call it as an ether medium. Now
Yes.
we are calling that it's a Higgs field.
Yes.
There is no mass, but they can create mass.
Yeah,
So
create mass.
beautifully explained everything. Yes, thank you very much for your nice presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
The approach to health and life.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Seshu Raja has given a personal, he has universalized. Thank you, Dr. Seshu Raja.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
And it was nicely chaired by Dr. K.S. Joseph Wilson,
yes, sir.
Associate Professor and Head Department of Physics, Anandar College, Madurai, India. I thank Dr. Joseph Wilson and invite Dr. Roberta Somavilla, Unifacvest University Center, Brazil, to take up the next session. Over to Dr. Roberta.
Good morning and good evening, everyone. So I'm Dr. Roberta Somavilla, and it's a pleasure to introduce to you our Brazilian speakers at the Centro Universitário Unifacvest, who are going to talk about literature and scientific development. Dr. Sueli Staub-Zambruski and Dr. Rosângela Martin Carrara. Thank you for accepting our invitation.
It's a pleasure to us to be part of this event. And I would like to thank you, Roberta, for your presentation. So I would like to bring a subject that is very similar in some way with the subject that my previous speaker brought us. So can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. But I cannot while someone else is sharing. I don't know who is sharing.
Dr. Wilson, please ask Dr. Seshu Raja to end his session, the PPT presentation. Please ask him to stop and remove this screen. Dr. Wilson.
Tell him to stop presentation.
Pardon, sir?
Ask Dr. Seshu Raja to stop his presentation because his screen is blocked. Remove the screen.
Stop sharing. He can go to the option stop sharing.
Raj Krishna Mandal, please try to do the stop sharing part.
Stop. Putting stop the presentation. Okay, no problem. Sir, is it okay now?
No, sir. Ask him to close the screen. Yeah, it is okay.
Yes.
I think now I can do it.
Yes, Dr. Roberta, please.
You can try, Celine. Yeah, perfect.
Is it open?
Yes, but it's not in full screen.
So?
Yes.
Well, so then, art, literature, and technology. Even though some people can think that they are opposite subjects, they're not. They are very connected, and I would like to bring us some examples of this connection, and I would like also to share with you some views of special masterpieces of the worldwide literature, and their impact on the technologies and on the things that were made after these ideas. So then, from the idea that the inspiration is something that lives on the world of ideas, it goes from this world of ideas, crosses fiction works, and becomes to reality. Because a new idea, something that was never seen before, has to be born somewhere. And it is born in someone's head, in someone's imagination. Somebody has to create it, okay? So I would like to present here some evidences of experiments that were idealized on the imaginary of some writers, because they were described and they were presented to public on books many years before they became true. We are going to see this in books like, in writers like Mary Shelley, Jules Verne, and also in some adventures books that were published by the Stradmater Syndicate. And I would like to show you some interesting facts about this, because I really can see on these evidences that these inspirations, these ideas that were created on imagination, they really changed our lives. Let's see some points of view about this. I really appreciate this quotation about Vladimir Nabokov that says that it seems to me that in international measuring scales, there is a place where the imagination and the knowledge touch each other. A place where we reach in a smalling of big things and the enlargement of the little ones. That's the place of art. It means that art is the connection of all these things. See, little things became very large in the vision of art. For example, when you see Van Gogh's painting, can't you feel like you were in a different situation that you really are? You are kind of transported to those situations, even though for some seconds, because you can feel those feelings, you can imagine those reality, but even though you are in a very different place, that's kind of subjective connection with that situation. So it could be like a sunflower, those famous painting. It could be a very simple thing that you could even pay attention when you saw it on somewhere in your daily life. But when you see it there on that painting and you let this feeling reach you, then you can get this involvement that art can bring to your life. And also, on the same time, the opposite also, when some very difficult situations are presented by artworks, like we have Cândido Portinari on Os Retirantes. It could be something like the people that run away from a situation, from a bad situation, that are maybe presented on that work. You can see that situation, you can understand what happened to those people and appreciate it like a work, like a contribution to our, in this way, I mean that these contributions make us think about our lives and help us to live better. Talking a little bit more about art and imagination, I would like also to bring a quotation about Laplantini that describes this imaginary as a cognitive process in which the affective is inner, showing particular way of noticing the world, of changing the reality order. This particular way of showing the world, of seeing the world, is connected to what the previous speaker was saying about our perspective of the world. the way that we see this, it's connected to our imagination also. And he also says that build imaginary process is necessary to mobilize the first images, break out of them and change them. We don't construct or build something from nothing. It's always an origin. It's always a point, a space where you begin, and that makes everything else happens. And some, in many things that happen to our civilization, this point, the part where things started, were on books, on literature works. Because human beings were always very, very curious. And when someone, we know that writers are very imaginative people. And when they think about new ideas, or they try to create another point of view, another perspective of the world, they sometimes imagine situations or equipment or a system that works on that imaginary scenario that's described on the book. But this situation, this imaginary situation, later becomes something real because someone else also get influenced by those books or those works and try to make it become real. So as we can see here now, it happens in many kinds of arts, on painting, on cinema, on sculptures, on literature, but I would like to bring you some examples of books that bring it. I also put here an example of a source, because this subject is not something new that I'm bringing. It's lots of people have already made this connection and shown this connection. There is a site here that I show you from Smithsonian, Science and Nature, that shows 10 inventions that were inspired by science fiction, because it was already observed that it happens like this. And then I would like to explore Mary Shelley. She's the writer that wrote the bestseller Dr. Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus. She was born in London in 1797. She has written many other books, but her most famous book is Frankenstein. She had a very sad, difficult life when she was young. She loses her mother on her birth, and after that, she was created by her father and a stepmother. And her father was also a writer, William Godwin, and the mother, her mother that was dead when she was born. She also has written some books, and she left these works and was very admired on her work, especially because he was kind of a revolutionary writer. She brought new ideas, and she wrote about women that was very innovative for that time. But her famous book, Dr. Frankenstein, or The Modern Prometheus, was published in 1923. I think most of us have already read the book, or even though watching movies about this or seeing the creature on any kind of media, because it became very famous worldwide. On this book, Mary discusses the meaning of life, also the human ethic limits related to the creation of life, because she writes a story where Victor Frankenstein, the doctor, tries to bring a dead body to life. And it also shows that the medical procedures were very, how can I say, limited on those times, because about people believing that we couldn't take those freedom with the bodies, that they were sacred, or that we could not play God on this. And then when he shows this story, she also discussed this subject. And on her story, Dr. Frankenstein brings a creature to life and uses corpses and electricity. And then he invented an equipment that was made by metal shovels that were connected to electricity. And this made the heart of the creature began to work. It was, see there, 1923. Of course, there were experiments about this and happening, and people were thinking about these ideas. So then in 1930, William Cohen, a student from Johns Hopkins University, created electrical equipment that uses the same metal shovels to give electrical discharges on hearts as experienced. So he began to test the same experiment. And in 1947, it was used in human body and saved a patient. The name of the doctor that made it was Claude Beck. These are historical facts that show us the influence of those writings on real life, on production of something concrete, from those stories to real life. And on the same subject, I'm sure we also have listened about Jules Verne and his science fiction books. He was an imaginary writer. He wrote many fantastic adventures, but he predicted some adventures. This relation, I cannot say if he predicted this or he influenced this, but they are connected for sure. Jules Verne was born in 1828 on the French region of Britain. And when he was a child, he dreamed to be a sailor, but his father didn't want to. He wanted that Julio become a lawyer like he was. But Julio was fascinating by boats, travels, steam machine, maps, and everything that was related to traveling and to adventures. But obeying his father, he became a law student. But when he was 20 years old, he traveled to Paris, where he met Alexander Dumas, the writer that wrote The Three Musketeers, that is also very famous, for sure, also known from you. And there he wrote Sea Travels, that was published in 1855, and 5 Weeks on a Balloon. He wrote compulsively because he needed to write. He needed to put these stories that he has in his head on the paper. And he even assigned a contract with these editors to produce many books that were related to scientific concepts. Because one of the characteristics of these books were that they based it on scientific concepts, like he used true information, and he also instigated the knowing for the concepts, especially on geographical and science, natural science. So his books were full of poles, deserts, underseas, and outer space travels. They were very detailed on his books. And even he created also some machines that make these travels possible. And related to this, we see that human beings reached the moon in 1969 with Neil Armstrong, and also create the helicopter. And of course, there are, I think almost all the inventions of the road, there are discussions about who had the first idea, who created really the concept of those equipment. But here I brought the official information that Igor Sikorsky created the helicopter in 1940, because his son assumes in an interview to the New York Times on August 6th that he was influenced by the works of Jules Verne. He says that inspiration of his father to build a helicopter was a Jules Verne book he had read when he was 10 or 11. It was called Clipper of the Clouds. And this book, Jules Verne had invented a helicopter-like vehicle. And then Sergei says that his father referred it to often and said he was imprinted in his memory. And he often quoted something else from Jules Verne. Anything one man can imagine, another man can make real. So here we can see another evidence that a person that is very related to an inventor give the credits to the writers for his imagination, for his creation. And so we can confirm this idea. Another very important source of this imagination were Tom Swift's adventures. Here, there was a syndicate of books, a company in 1910 that used the name Victor Upton to release and to make come true a books collection of adventures. And on these books, always the main character was an inventor, a boy, that create many curious and fantastic objects. Some of them maybe were too fantastic to become reality, but the electrical rifle that was used to hunt elephants in Africa became what we know as teaser nowadays. Because as we can see, even the name of the equipment, teaser, came from the first letters of the title of this equipment. See, T from Thomas, A, S from Sweets, E from electrical, and R from rifle. So it becomes the teaser and is used nowadays here in Brazil, is used by police to, how can I say, to detain, to stop people in situations that they had to be stopped. And not, of course, many of the first ideas and the first, even though sometimes the form of the equipment as it was idealized has changed when it came to his final product or final version that we know. But the most important is that the idea that generates it all is the same. And where it comes from, where the idea comes from. That's something very interesting, because so many times we try to have new ideas. And we also see that people on marketing, on technology factories and department, they are always seeking for new ideas. Maybe they should look more for literature books. They could find some more inspiration. I think so. So I would like to say that art, literature, and technology, so seeing the point of view that technology is the set of scientific empirical knowledge is used as manufacturing and trades of goods and services. That's the conception of technology I'm working with. It's the set of scientific or empirical knowledges that are used to manufacturing and trades of goods and services. In this conception, we see that art, literature, and technology are very close to each other. And we can say that they influence each other mutually, because we also can see some, the opposite way also. We can see people that write books based on the stories, based on the an object or something that they see on real life. So it's a mutual influence, and it also very present in our daily life and our universities and so forth. Because as we saw, we said in the first topic, we are very connected in many different ways, and this also is part of our universe, our imagination, and our life. We are part of it, and we generate our movements, make something others happen, and we are based on these movements to make things that we do in our practical lives. I brought you some referential sources about this subject where I based my presentation, and I would like to listen from you if you have any question or any comment about what I said.
Thank you very much. It's always very inspiring to hear Professor Soeli speaking. Arts and science are more connecting than we imagine, and that's how they say it. Life imitates arts. So would anyone like to ask questions to our guest? Any comments?
A comment. Thank you, professors. And now you have taught us about share with us a lot on the arts and the imaginations and the linkage with the technology. So now I'm starting to like and to fall in love with the arts, and I will make a very closer look at the arts and try to utilize in my daily life as well. Thank you.
Anyone would like to make some comments too?
Well, Dr. Pallavi Khetkar, you would like to say something? Dr. Pallavi? Dr. Pallavi Khetkar, would you like to say something? Okay, no question.
Okay, so thank you once again, Professor Soeli.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Professor Soeli, for sharing.
Sambarsky, for your beautiful presentation on literature and scientific development. And also, I thank Dr. Roberta Somvavilla for directing or guiding her to present it well. Now I invite Dr. Chang Boon Liat Alex, Department of Marketing Management, Sunway University Business School, Jalan University, Malaysia.
Okay.
I request her to take over the section.
Welcome, Dr. Joseph. As the Dr. Cheng is still not back to the place, he is in the village, and due to very poor internet connection, he is unable, and he shared his apology that not unable to join. In the beginning, he has already shared that the family is celebrating some functions. So he shared his apology. So that particular place, I'm ready to take the charge. So
okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So would like to invite here Juliana from the Unifacvest University Centro, Brazil, and she is going to address the audience on the cardiovascular risk calculator using machine learning. Welcome, Dr. Juliana. This is the second meeting with you. Yeah, this is my own domain. That's why I took the charge. Otherwise, I would have handed over to someone else. Okay, please come with your own work.
Obrigada. Professor Darcy vai me ajudar.
I'm Darcy. I'm going to be the translator. Everybody can hear me well?
Yes.
Sim.
Okay.
Estão vendo minha tela?
Can you see the screen?
Yes, your screen is visible, please.
Okay.
Bom, então vamos lá. Eu vou apresentar um trabalho em andamento que usa calculadoras de risco usando o aprendizado de máquina, o machine learning.
She's going to introduce an ongoing work that uses the pode repetir o aparelho, por favor?
Bom, as doenças cardiovasculares são as doenças que mais matam no mundo, né? Então, a Organização Mundial da Saúde, ela apresentou em 2016, é o último dado oficial, que morreram 17,9 milhões de pessoas de doenças cardiovasculares, que representa 31% das mortes globais, né? E quando a gente diz doenças cardiovasculares, na verdade, é um conjunto de doenças, né? E dessas mortes, aproximadamente 85% são mortes causadas ou pelo infarto agudo do miocárdio ou por derrame.
So the cardiovascular disease is #1 in the world, causing deaths. So an estimated 17.9 million people died from CVDs or cardiovascular diseases in 2016, and representing 31% of global deaths. Of these deaths, 85% are due to the heart attack and stroke. This study was shown in Brazil for specialists.
Quando a gente fala em doenças cardiovasculares, na verdade, a gente conhece muito o infarto e o derrame, mas, na verdade, é um conjunto, trata-se de um conjunto de doenças, né? Você tem inclusas nessas doenças as doenças coronárias, né? As cerebrovasculares, né? Que acaba sendo essas duas que eu disse. Aí você também tem, dentro dessa denominação, as doenças arteriais periféricas, as reumáticas do coração, as congênitas e o embolismo pulmonar, que é bastante complicado, né? Uma situação bastante complicada e também tem uma alta taxa de morte, né? E a trombose de veias mais profundas.
When we talk about cardiovascular disease, we always think about a heart attack or strokes. But as we can see here, we have a group of disorders of the heart blood vessels that include coronary heart disease, cerebrovascular disease, peripheral arterial disease, rheumatic heart disease, congenital heart disease, and deep vein thrombosis and pulmonary embolism. These are really complicated situations that we sometimes have no knowledge about.
Os riscos das doenças cardiovasculares, né? Então, a gente convive bastante com esses riscos no nosso dia a dia. A gente tem os riscos chamados ambientais e aqueles fisiológicos, né? Até genéticos. Então, você tem ali, por exemplo, o uso de cigarro, alcoolismo, sedentarismo, a má alimentação, né? Alimentação rica em gorduras, né? Por exemplo. E você tem situações como diabetes, hipertensão, o estresse vem ganhando bastante força, né, vamos assim dizer, bastante peso nessas predições de doenças cardiovasculares. Então, quando a gente estuda essas doenças, nós temos que levar em consideração todos esses fatores de riscos.
When we're talking about cardiovascular disease, there are many factors we have to consider. As we see here, we have the use of tobacco, unhealthy diet and obesity, physical inactivity, and harmful use of alcohol. So are a group of factors that can conduce somebody to have a high pressure problem or a heart disease.
Já existe e está na sociedade está bem já colocada, né, as calculadoras de risco. Então, você tem a calculadora de risco americana, do Colégio Americano de Cardiologia. Você tem o Reynolds Score e o Framingham, que são calculadoras que você acessa na internet. Você vai lá na internet, coloca os seus dados e ela vai trazer um resultado do risco cardiovascular que você, por acaso, tenha, né? O problema dessas calculadoras é que geralmente, elas superestimam o risco. Então, este é um problema, né?
We have some risk scores using nowadays. We have a list of 3 of them: the American College of Cardiology, the Reynolds Risk Score, and the Framingham Risk Score. They are being used in the society. The problem of this risk score, they overestimate the risks. Desculpa, eu não peguei o final, Juliana. Eles superestimam o risco e...
Superestimam, isso.
Okay, high estimate the risks of cardiovascular diseases.
Para que vocês tenham uma ideia, então, a calculadora do Colégio Americano de Cardiologia, para homens, ele superestima de 37% e chega a 154% a mais o risco, né? Ele superestima o risco de 37% a 154%. Em mulheres, de 8% a 67%. Já o Reynolds, que é a calculadora mais usada, o Reynolds, ele superestima para homens o risco em 9%, e para mulheres, ele subestima 21%. Então, percebe que isso causa grandes problemas.
So, the overestimated from this calculators, they cause a high problem in this kind of cardiovascular disease. We have here some percentages from the American College of Cardiology. For example, in men, overestimated risk by a little 35%, as much as 154%, and women by as a little as 8% and as much as 65%. And the Reynolds risk score, men overestimated risk 9%, and women estimated risk is women by 21%.
O problema dessa superestimação, né, é que acontece que as pessoas começam a passar por terapias medicamentosas, por exemplo, com estatina, né, de forma inadequada, porque como foi superestimado o risco, começa a terapia e aí a pessoa, então, entra em contato com essas medicações. Medicação é sempre perigosa, né, sempre acaba tendo um certo risco, né, e as pessoas acabam, então, sofrendo esse risco sem precisar, né? Se você pega ali a ferramenta americana, ela acaba recomendando para 7,5% das pessoas a terapia com estatina. E, na verdade, calcula-se que o risco ali devia na verdade, a população ali, né, estudada, deveria ser 3%, aproximadamente 4% apenas, que deveria passar por essa terapia. Então, acaba aumentando muito o risco que vem da medicação, né? O risco de você ter sei lá, uma reação, vamos assim dizer, né? Causada por essas drogas. Então, esse é o problema. O problema é você acabar medicando com drogas fortes alguém que não precisa.
The risks of the overestimated scores is people that sometimes doesn't need the kind of medication due to the overestimated. They start using a kind of medication they don't need, is not necessary. So this can cause risks for the health. They can feel some problems in the health. They don't need it just because they were overestimated by these tools.
Bom, o trabalho que nós estamos desenvolvendo, a intenção é diminuir essa superestimativa, né? Vamos dizer, você diminuir esse exagero, né? Então, a intenção é acoplar o machine learning, né, o aprendizado de máquina, nessas calculadoras, né? Vamos ver quanto esse aprendizado de máquina, esse machine learning, ele consegue melhorar essas estimativas.
Our idea is apply the machine learning to these data to try to decrease these overestimated factors.
Pegamos então um dataset de 7.000 pacientes, né, um dataset público, e esse dataset, ele tinha ali as variáveis idade, gênero, altura e peso, a pressão sistólica, pressão diastólica, colesterol, a glicemia, se a pessoa era um fumante ou não, se a pessoa fazia uso de álcool ou não, e se era sedentário ou não. Aí, então, nós pegamos esses dados, né, e começamos a estudar essas variáveis.
We take this public data about quantas pessoas, Julia?
7.000.
7,000 people, and start studying the causes like cholesterol, smoking, alcoholism, sedentarism, and we start studying this public data.
O primeiro problema que nós tivemos com os dados foi a questão da correlação, né? Acabou que a altura e o peso eram altamente correlacionados. E nós não podemos trabalhar com dados correlacionados porque eles acabam tendo peso maior do que geralmente eles têm. Então, a primeira ação foi tirar a altura e peso e colocar o IMC.
Ok, eu vou precisar da sua ajuda agora para eu lembrar do que você falou. We are starting a correlation and association. The problem was the height and the weight was the same, yes?
E são altamente correlacionados.
They are really correlated, high correlation between height and weight. Ok? Pode continuar.
E acontece que quando eles são altamente correlacionados, eles têm um peso maior do que deveria.
When they are highly correlated, the wage is higher than we supposed to be, you know?
Isso, aí tiramos então a altura e o peso e colocamos o IMC.
So we replace the height and the wage for IMC. Não sei se isso em inglês seria o mesmo, né? IMC. BMI. So we replace the height and weight for BMI.
Um outro problema, e esse foi bastante curioso, é que o gênero não teve uma importância estatística significante.
Okay, the most curious is about gender. The gender wasn't so important in this study.
Então, a partir daí, o que eu fiz foi retirar peso e altura e gênero do estudo, certo?
From this point, what I did was I replaced height and weight and gender from the study.
Então, depois de limpar todo o dataset, prepará-lo, fazer o pré-processamento, eu apliquei essa ferramenta Recursive Feature Elimination on Random Forest with Cross Validation. Essa ferramenta...
desculpa.
Pode ir.
So after preparing, after cleaning everything, after doing the necessary replacements, I introduced this tool, the Recursive Feature Elimination on Random Forest with Cross Validation.
O RFSCV, então, ele mostrou que a idade, o IMC e a pressão alta ali, né, a pressão sistólica, são aquelas que mais trazem peso em doenças cardiovasculares.
Ok, vamos por partes. So these two showed that, vamos lá, high blood pressure.
Isso. O IMC, o BMI.
The BMI.
E a idade.
And the age.
Isso, foram que mais tiveram peso na predição da doença cardiovascular.
These factors really cause the high blood pressure.
Okay. Então, eu apliquei a regressão logística, o KNN, o CVM, XGBoost e o Deep Learning e o Random Forest Classifier, todos modelos de Machine Learning, né? E eles apresentaram uma acurácia de aproximadamente 76%. Tá?
So
pode falar em inglês tudo, tá?
I applied these machines, the logistic regression, the KNN, the SVM, the XGBoost, the deep learning, the random forest classifier. So the accuracy here of all these machines was 76%, yes?
Sim. O Random Forest foi o modelo que acabou trazendo uma acurácia maior. Eu consegui em torno de 82%, mas ainda tem bastante margem para melhora.
Okay, the random forest classifier, as you can see, got a accuracy of 82%, but we still have a leeway, a bigger leeway.
Aqui eu trouxe, então, 2 exemplos de pacientes, né? E aí, usando uma ferramenta chamada FAI-ICS.
Here I have an example of 2 patients using the tool or a machine called FAI-ICS.
Isso. E essa ferramenta, ela traz individualmente quais features, né, quais características vão pesar mais para o paciente.
And this machine or this tool has a feature that shows what is the most important for the patient.
Isso.
The most important for the patient.
Isso. E vocês podem ver aqui que ele está tendo uma probabilidade de 85%. E de forma curiosa,
Sorry?
De forma curiosa, você vê aqui que, por exemplo, nesse primeiro paciente, o álcool, a atividade dele, o cigarro, a glicose e o IMC quase não tiveram um peso significante.
In the first example, the first patient, as you can see, the alcohol, the active, the smoke, the glucose, and the IMC or BMI, no caso aqui não foi tão importante, né?
Não teve um peso significante.
Didn't have a significant weight.
Este estudo, a intenção dele, então, é agora melhorar essa acurácia e tentar colocar questões como, por exemplo, o eletrocardiograma, para ver se a gente aumenta, diminui o erro, melhora esse resultado.
So the idea of this study is improve the accuracy and,
colocar o eletrocardiograma para melhorar o resultado e chegar mais perto do real.
Introduce the electrocardiogram and try to bring the results close to the reality.
Ok. É isso. Muito obrigada.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Dr. Juliana. The nice initiative we have adopted to take care about this cardiovascular related disease. So, any question? No
Can we
question.
enter the session?
Just wait a minute, Dr. Wilson. So, Juliana, you have initiated a nice area of the medical science that is concerned with the medical cardiovascular diseases. You have collected the data, as you quoted that 7,000 data you have taken. And I think the 108 type of cardiovascular diseases are there. Would you like, I think my suggestion is please classify the category of which kind of disease you are going to consider under these cardiovascular diseases. That will be the better one, because in medical science we will have to be very specific. Not in general, we are going to provide an output that is concerned with under the name of cardiovascular. There are various categories of diseases are there. As you are taking the cases of the hypertension related issues, so definitely the arrhythmia will be one of the issues that will emerge. That must be under consideration. The issues related with the heart enlargement, that should also be considered once the person is suffering from the high blood pressure. Regarding the body mass index, as you have taken, this body mass index is playing a vital role. So either it is a man or woman, we cannot neglect the body mass index, because body mass index is directly associated with our obesity feature, and this obesity feature is directly responsible for the diabetic related issues. And once the obesity is beyond control, so definitely this cardiovascular disease automatically will appear. And the further combination of the cardiovascular disease with the pancreas related issues, it will be a fatal for the person as well. So I appreciate your effort that you are making, but as a suggestion as well, that please classify the disease as well. Under the cardiovascular disease, it is a broad term. You will have to go for a very specific disease, and in that way the machine learning phenomena that you are adopting, that will not only help the medical person as well as to the patients as. So this system that you are generating, that should be supportive, that should be important for both the person, for the medical one and for the patient as well. And that's why it will serve the society. So thanks Juliana and the fellow colleague who translated regularly to discuss these issues. As well as my suggestion is, there's a lot of work is going on in the field of fuzzy analytics related with the medical space. So don't be specific on statistical tool as well. Search some other tools that you verify.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, welcome. Okay,
Thank
Dr. Wilson, please.
Thank you, Dr. Juliana, for your nice presentation. And also thanks to Professor Pankaj Srivastava for chairing the session and also in-depth interactions in the field. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Next session, I invite Dr. Pallavi, Arul University, Gujarat, India, to chair the session. Welcome to Dr. Pallavi. Dr. Pallavi.
Dr. Pallavi, are you here?
Yes, I'm there, sir.
Okay.
Just a minute.
Please take
introduce the speaker as well, please.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Good evening. Very interesting sessions are going on at present. Now, when we are talking about the medical sessions, now suddenly we have come to the next session, which talks about the new education policy and the spiritual input.
No. Let us just that, not that one. Please just go to the updated version. I think this is Dr. Hubela Volodymyr, and the topic is modern greeting trends in the spiritual sphere of the society. I think I have shared you the updated version of the program schedule. Dr. Pallavi.
Yes, sir. I'm just going through the updated version. 1 minute.
Please go through the updated version. I think I have shared with you.
Sorry, sir, if you can please move further.
Just a minute. I think I have shared.
Dr. Rajesh Srivastava is the speaker now.
No, not
Dr.
Rajesh Srivastava is not.
Yeah, actually.
Just a minute, because Wilson sir, please check the updated version.
Okay.
Please open, Pallavi. Dr.
Yes,
Pallavi,
yes.
please open this.
Yes.
So in the latest version, the last session is actually by Dr. Rajesh Srivastava.
No, sir. This is not last.
Before the paper presentation, sir.
No. This is just wait a minute. I have shared with Dr. Pallavi.
Okay.
Sir, but I could not see my name in it.
Oh, your name is mentioned because the paper is with me here. Your name is mentioned there. See the February.
Yeah. I'm on there.
February
Yes,
20.
I got. But again, it is Dr. Rajesh Srivastava.
Before that, please go through before that.
Okay.
You got it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is, I think, Hobela Volodymyr. She's the presenter. And Tudik Volodymyr. They will be presenting on modern greening trends in spiritual sphere of society.
Please introduce the speaker. He belongs to the Lviv State University. He is a renowned worker.
He belongs to the Lviv State University of Internal Affairs, Lviv, Ukraine. He's from Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pavali. Good afternoon and good evening to everybody. I'm glad to see you again in this conference. And I'd like to say great thanks to Dr. Pankaj Srivastava for giving an opportunity to take part in this conference. And I hope we'll have a good time. And let me introduce my my short speech and research on the topic about modern greening trends. Just a second, I'll open and share the screen. Modern greening trends is a spiritual sphere of society. Can you see this presentation?
Yes, it is visible, sir.
Okay. The necessity to overcome global environmental problems has already become a priority for humanity nowadays. The world community has declared such intentions by adopting a document entitled as an Agenda for the 21st Century at the conference in Rio in 1992, because it seems necessary to eliminate the effects of determinal to the ecological system period of industrialization and the formation of a consumer society. Moreover, social relations are based on mass consumption of material goods that appears as a form of irrationality and greed. This has led to the emergence of various directions, ways, and forms of social development transformation to overcome global environmental problems. Under these circumstances, the growth is undoubtedly very relevant theory nowadays. The growth is a socio-economic theory that involves reducing the rate of economic growth to harmonize the economic interest of society and the interest of nature and the environment. However, the meaning of this concept shouldn't be understood as a stagnation or crisis recession. The growth involves a proposal process of economic and social transformation to harmonize social development. It is a set of processes that reduce the overall level of consumption, which will reduce production, anthropogenic pressure on the environment, and contribute to the spiritual development of people. Representatives of this trend are deeply convinced that the growth is the only way to preserve the environment and ensure the harmonious development of the world community. Achieving the main goals of the growth involves the next: the reduce of consumption due to the establishment of ecological limits of resources use, including energy resources, reduce of aggregate demand due to the transformation of public consequences, dominance of eco-marketing ideas and reduction of commercial advertising of consumer goods, formation of self-sufficient local economic system to reduce the volume of international trade and reduce the volume of using transport. The growth is based on the social behavior which is called downshifting. Downshifting is a type of social behavior in which a person tries to find the optimal balance between work and leisure, reduce the stressful nature of modern life, and move to a more moral and ethical way of life while reducing their needs and consequently overall consumption. Other researchers use the concept of slow motion to describe this type of social behavior. Modern environmental problems and threats are so large and huge that to solve them we need a radical restructuring of the way of thinking, acting, and behaving. To do this, consider the motivational mechanism of greening is motivates needs, interests, and the incentives that motivate greening. Environmental behavior significantly influenced greening and is part of the motivational mechanism. Motives are formed based on human needs and values due to environmental awareness, as well as under the influence of incentives. The system of values is a result of human social existence, education, upbringing, and other influence of society that shapes the ecological consequence of human. Change and development of the economy cause a change in environmental consequences and human behavior. Some researchers identify stages that involve a change in human attitudes to nature and accordingly the formation of different types of environmental consequences. In particular, some scientific papers suggest that environmental is formed depending on changes in human life and work organization. Predator, herder, farmer, discoverer, inventor, human wasteful, and creator. Each was agreeing that the change in the way of life and organization of work had a significant impact on the motives and of attitude to nature to environmental. Today we can observe the manifestation of different types of consequences formed under the influence of evolutionary development, social change, the development of environmental needs, and the growth of their role in the structure of need. For example, the dominance of economic interest determines the type of behavior predator, discoverer, wasteful human, which is characterized by the desire to meet their needs and neglect other types of needs. The dominance of environmental needs and interests, which is manifested, is the desire to preserve and restore the environment involves the realization of economic interests. Thus, the type of ecological consequences shapes the ecological behavior of human shapes the ecological behavior of human. In turn, the dominance of the certain needs affects the type of environmental behavior. Based on this, it is available to build a model of motivation for the formation of eco-rational behavior through the development of environmental needs and environmental awareness. In general, environmental behavior is formed under the influence of many factors. Another important element of the study of the motivational mechanism of greening is to clarify the essence of environmental needs and interests. The dominance of environmental needs will help to improve the environment by consciously limiting of consumption of products that harm the environment. Therefore, the formation of environmental needs of consumers will contribute to the greening of supply, as producers will reorient production by the requirements of the green market. A certain set of motivational measures and appropriate tools is needed for the formation of environmental awareness, which involves the dominance of the environmental needs of humans. Interests are formed depending on human needs, respectively. Environmental interests are formed based on environmental needs. Incentives must be used to form environmental awareness. Incentives promote the formation of interests. For example, information about the environmental characteristics of a new product contributes to the formation of the need for this product, and accordingly the formation of interest. Incentives are also a determining factor in the formation of motives. For example, the use of economic incentives contribute to the formation of a motive for a purchase or production of a particular product. The system of fines for pollution contributes to the formation of economic motives, as reducing the damage caused to the environment reduces costs, and so on and so forth. Incentives should be considered in two aspects, as an internal driving force and external incentives. Internal incentives are formed through the system of education and science, greening of the information space, raising the level of culture and environmental awareness of humans. However, it should be noted that an eco-friendly mentality can also harm the environment. Strange as it may sound, but there are many manifestations of this paradox. In general, such manifestations are threats to the economy and people in particular. One of the main dangers of greening is the dominance of radical ideas or raising the importance of nature compared to a human being. The values of nature may become somewhat closer than human values, and the preservation of nature will be more important than the preservation of human life. It's about the dominance of such kind of fetish of nature. Pseudo-greening is a process that we suppose is announced as a greening, but is not like that. It arises as a result of ecologically unconscious, unethical, and sometimes corruption behavior. The result is an attempt to present certain processes as greening process, although in real life it doesn't contain any beneficial effects on the ecological and economic system. A striking example of such process is greenwashing and extensive greening. Greenwashing is a new phenomenon in modern marketing. In essence, the presentation of the company or particular product as environmentally friendly, although there is no real and no true basis for this. The main purpose of such measures is to increase sales by misleading consumers. According to recent research, a very large number of modern companies use greenwashing in their activities. In particular, in the United States, the number of such companies reaches 95%. In general, greenwashing can manifest itself in the following forms: false labeling, consumer deception, subjective display of product information, unfounded populism of advertising slogans, useless characteristic of goods. The manifestation of pseudo-greening is extensive greening. Extensive greening, we suppose, as a process as a result of which improvement in the state of the ecological system are achieved through a direct reduction in economic growth and the level of social protection. It is about reducing the use of resources instead of offering alternative ways to ensure socio-economic development and human well-being. This may be a direct ban on the use of certain type of resources or certain production. Although the manifestation of extensive greening include greening processes that do not benefit the ecological and economic system, is the total effect which is very, very small, or this effect is absent. For example, to support the woodworking industry in Southeast Asia, large areas of forests have been destroyed and planted with fast-growing species, for example, eucalyptus, leading to the destruction of natural ecosystems and the destruction of many species of flora and fauna. To increase agricultural land, work was carried out to uproot and drain areas which also significantly damage natural ecosystems. Degreening is also considered as threat to greening. Degreening is a process is a process of greening that is transformed into negative social effect and require measures to neutralize it. List of the manifestation of the greening process: green paradox, Cobra effect, other manifestation of the greening. Let's pay attention to the green paradox. The essence of this is that the announced measure to green and limit the use of natural resources lead to more intensive use of such resources. That is, companies try to maximize their benefits from the use of resources before the introduction of greening measures that provide for significant restrictions or prohibition on the use of these resources. This leads to an intensification of the use of such resources and increases environmental damage. Thus, the green paradox is a clear example of degreening. Is the reverse process to greening. After all, excessive use, especially the export of natural resources, causes not only a green paradox and sometimes a deterioration of economic security. Greening can be transformed into radical form. Radical greening is the process of greening that takes place in radical aggressive form, sometimes in illegal form. This includes ecoterrorism and guerrilla gardening. Ecoterrorism is a type of activities that carry out violent, even terrorist acts to preserve the environmental and biodiversity on the planet. And eco-sabotage is an unauthorized measure aimed to stopping the harmful effect on the environment. It is carried out by dismantling material objects involved in the production or using other acts of sabotage. Guerrilla gardening is a measure carried out of unauthorized landscaping or public space. We believe and suppose that forms of radical greening are too effective and unacceptable for society, for modern society. As such activities are subjective and not systematic. Accordingly, these measures are not scientifically justified and are not always socially necessary. Therefore, it's necessary to limit the manifestation of such activities. Summarizing the results of study, we note the important role of environmental awareness, environmental culture, and rational environmental behavior of humans in case to protect and preserve our nature and our environment. A high level of spiritual development will contribute to the greening and humanization of forms, methods, and ways of human interaction with nature. First of all, it concerns the level of cultural development of the individual and society in general, as well as the level of environmental culture. The level of spiritual development or cultural level of a person determines his ecological behavior, which turns form of social paradigm. Thus, the influence of the spiritual sphere on this process is quite significant. The spiritual sphere has significant potential for a positive impact on public consequences in terms of preserving and reproducing the environment, which will help overcome global environmental problems. A high cultural level of people, all in all, is necessary for the environmentally friendly economy forming and building. It should be noted that an integral part of human culture is ecological culture. For the most part, researchers understand the concept of ecological culture as a nature and manner of man's relationship with nature. The high level of ecological culture is manifested in a tolerant and caring attitude towards nature. Thank you. My report is over.
Hello.
Yes,
Yes,
Dr. Pallavi, please.
Yeah, it was a nice presentation. Thank you so much, sir.
Any query, please?
Yeah, the audience if have any queries on the presentation. The house is open for discussion. Any queries?
Yeah, one small query.
Yes.
I couldn't really understood well eco-terrorism and guerrilla gardening.
Guerrilla gardening and what, sorry?
Yeah, another is eco-terrorism. Terror.
Such radical acts of people that have took place when some organizations try to stop a harmful production and they make some things just illegal. They come to this production. Maybe they can make some sabotage, and may sometimes we find such action that they try to maybe in all different ways to stop this enterprise working. Even these forms are illegal because they just think that the main reason is to stop harmful production, even in illegal ways. Sorry, maybe I wouldn't say in right way.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I hope Dr. Best, the query. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. One thing I just wanted to ask is, so how will you relate this greening, modern greening with spirituality? How do you relate it?
We think that the only way to protect our planet and our environment in future and nowadays is by understanding the leading way of our planet and understanding that the first thing is our spiritual health and mental behavior, and not increasing consumption just for meet our needs.
Okay. Okay, fine. Thank you. Any other question, please?
Yes, sir. Are you okay, sir, with the questions and their response? Because this is concerned with your domain. It is concerned with your agriculture domain.
That is true. And new terminology for me. Well, yeah. I was trying to understand.
Okay, okay. He's a good worker, sir. Last time he also addressed during the month of November. Hubela was also here, and that moment he addressed. So nice initiative you have taken, Doctor. The greening and the spirituality that you have connected. So on behalf of I think we should say thanks for your nice approach, connecting greenery and spirituality. The methodology that you have shared definitely will inspire some other fellows as well to come and join this domain. Well, Dr. Chairperson, Dr. Pallavi Khetkar, now it is in your hands to conclude this session.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you all for the good responses, and even the presentation which had brought us, has introduced us to a new venture of modern greening by connecting it with the spirituality. I hope we all can think in that manner, how we can save our earth and what we can do of this modern greening techniques. Okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to chair the session. Professor Pankaj, sir, thank you so much.
Thank you, Pagoda Volodymyr, for the presentation on the greening of the earth and different dimensions were given. Thank you. I also thank Dr. Pallavi B. Kedkar for chairing this session. Now we are moving to the paper presentations. I invite Dr. K.S. Joseph Wilson to chair the session.
So paper presentation session is going to start. All the paper presenters be ready. And 10 minutes as the announcement will be made by Dr. Wilson. 10 minutes is allocated. Dr. Wilson,
Yes,
please.
yes.
Please.
So the paper presentation starts now. Actually, this is the order of presentation. Archana Kumari Prasad, then Adrian Sija, Kavi Arasu, R.C. Divya Reddy, Shobha Pandian, Benjamin Francis. This is the order of paper presentation. As General Secretary Pankaj says, I should limit within 10 minutes. Then some interaction is also there. Now I invite Archana Kumari Prasad to present his paper. Welcome to Archana Kumari Prasad.
Sir, I request you to give me please 5 minutes. Could you start with the another participant so that I can be ready?
Okay,
I think
move to the
Archana,
next
you
one.
have the you received the mail as per the order of the appearance. So
It will only take 2 minutes for me to get ready.
okay, we will wait according to the order. Please, Dr. Wilson, please announce the name of each and every person who is going to present, please, because we have shared the mail.
Next one.
But here you may share the announce the order.
Okay. So can we permit Adeline Sija? Is he ready?
No, please announce the name of the paper presenters.
Oh.
Number 1 is Archana. Then second one, who is second?
Adeline Sija, second one.
Okay, then third.
Third, Kavi Arasu.
Okay.
Fourth one, actually, R.C. Divya Reddy, then Shobha Pandian, then Benjamin Francis.
So please, announce each and every one. So.
Sir, shall I share the screen?
Share. Okay. You are already present on the screen. Please put a share. Don't open once again.
Okay, sir.
You are already on the screen. Your voice is visible. You will have to simply share your
I have to show the presentation also.
Yeah, show the presentation.
Put screen.
There is a share screen is mentioned. Okay, you open your file.
Sir, I'm not getting the option to open the slide.
Your where is your slide, please?
It's in the desktop.
Yes, click it.
I'm opening it. Shall I start now? The topic of my
chairperson, please control. Yes.
The topic: soft almost I-normal spaces. In the soft I-normal spaces, first of all, I would like to define a soft topological spaces. X tau E is said to be soft almost normal if for every pair of soft sets Fe and G, such that FE is closed and G is soft regular closed and they are disjoint, that is FE intersection G is equals to phi, then there must exist two soft open sets UE and VE such that FE must be contained in UE and G must be contained in VE, and of course these two open sets UE and VE, they must be disjoint. There is one remark that every soft normal space is soft almost normal, but the converse may not be true. This can be understood with the help of one example. So I had taken one example. If we are having a set X, that is a non-empty set having element A and B, E is the set of parameters having element E1 and E2. Tau is the family of open sets having phi, X, E1X, E1A, E1A, even E to be a soft topology on X, then the soft topological space X tau E is soft almost normal, but it is not soft normal. The following theorem characterized soft almost regular spaces. Let X tau be a soft topological space over X, then the following conditions are equivalent. X tau E is soft almost normal for each soft closed set FE and each soft regular open set GE which is containing FE, there must exist a soft open set UE such that FE is contained in UE which is contained in closure of UE and closure of UE must contain in GE. For each soft regular closed set FE and each soft open set G containing FE, there exists a soft open set UE such that FE is contained in UE, UE is contained in closure of UE, and closure of UE must contain in G. For each pair of disjoint soft sets FE and G such that FE is closed and G is soft regular closed, there exist soft open sets UE and V such that FE is contained in UE, V is contained in V, and closure of UE and G, V, that must be a empty set. Every soft closed and soft open subspace of a soft almost normal space is always soft almost normal. A soft topological space X tau E is said to be soft semi-normal if for all soft closed sets FE and all soft open sets G which is containing FE, there must exist a soft open set UE such that FE must be containing in UE, UE must be in closure of UE, in flow of UE, and in flow of UE must contain in G. Every soft normal space is soft semi-normal, but the converse cannot be true. We can understand the concept with the help of this example. Let X is a non-empty set having the element A, B, C, and D. E is the set of parameters having parameter E1 and E2. Tau be a soft topology on X having the element phi, X. The E1 is mapped to the element B. E2 is mapped to the element B. For another set, E1 is mapped to C. E2 is mapped to C. Another set, E1 is mapping to AB if E2 is mapping to AB. Similarly, E1 is mapping to BC and parameter E2 is mapped to BC. For another set, we have E1 is mapped to ABC, E2 mapped to ABC, E1 mapped to BCD and E2 mapped to BCD. Then we can easily check that the soft topological space X tau E is soft semi-normal, but it is not soft normal. Every soft almost normal space is soft normal if and only if it is soft semi-normal. A topological space X tau E having the element FE and G which are soft subsets of X, then FE and G is said to be soft weakly separated if there exist soft open sets UE and V of X such that FE must be contained in UE, UE intersection G must be phi, and G must be contained in V, and of course V intersection FE must be empty. We are having another statements that let X tau be a soft topological space and Fe and G be soft subsets of X, then Fe and G are said to be soft strongly separated if there exist soft open sets UE and VE of X such that Fe must be contained in UE and G must be contained in VE, and of course the open sets UE and V, they must be disjoint. A soft topological space X tau E is said to be soft weakly regular if each soft weakly separated pair consisting of soft regular closed set and soft point can be strongly separated. One lemma based upon it, a soft topological space X tau E is soft weakly regular if and only if for each soft point Xe and each soft regular open set UE containing closure of the soft point Xe, there must exist a soft open set V such that Xe is contained in V, V must be contained in closure of it, and closure of V must be contained in UE. One important remark, every soft almost regular space is soft weakly regular. Some important corollaries are there. Every soft compact space is soft paracompact, and every soft almost regular space is soft weakly regular. Based upon it, we have the following two corollaries. Every soft almost regular soft paracompact space is soft semi-normal. Each soft compact space is soft Lindorff, and each soft Lindorff space is soft paracompact. One or more corollary, every soft weakly regular soft compact space is soft almost normal. Let X tau be a soft almost normal space and F be a soft regular closed subsets of X. We are taking a soft family Fe alpha be any soft point finite soft regular open covering of Fe, then there is a soft regular open covering of G such that closure of G alpha must be contained in Fe alpha for each alpha. A soft ideal topological space X tau EI is said to be soft I normal if for each pair of soft closed sets Fe and G of X such that
try to finish within 1 minute.
Okay. So this example is very important. So I'm just finishing it within 2 minutes. Every soft space is soft almost I-normal, but the converse may not be true, which can be understood with the help of this important example that X is a set having element ABC. A is the set of parameters A, E1, E2, and tau is the family of topology of X, phi X, E1A, E2A, E1AB, E2AB, E1AC, E2AC, and I be a soft ideal on X having the element phi, E1B, E2B, E1 phi, E2A, E1B, E2A, then X tau EI is soft almost I normal, but it is not soft I normal. One important theorem, let X tau EI be a soft ideal topological space, then the following conditions are equivalent. X tau EI almost I normal, and for each soft closed set Fe and each soft regular open set G containing Fe, there must exist a soft open set UE such that Fe minus UE belongs to I and closure of UE minus UE belongs to I. For each soft regular closed set Fe and each soft open set FEG containing Fe, there exists a soft open set UE such that Fe minus UE belongs to I and closure of UE minus GE belongs to I. The last result is
almost time.
Okay, sir. Okay, these are the references.
Okay, it's not necessary. Any questions from the audience, please?
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Okay, nice presentation. But anyhow, I would like to clarify. In my knowledge is concerned.
Yes.
Regular open is strong form. Okay, is it correct or not? Regular,
yes.
Yeah. In that way, how do you define a weakly regular closed set in terms of soft topology?
Weakly regular closed sets.
Yeah. Normally regular open, regular set is strong form than classical open set, right?
Yeah. So we can define weakly regular in terms of that a set is topological space is said to be weakly regular if soft weakly separated pair consisting of soft regular closed set and soft point, they must be strongly separated. If they are strongly separated, then only we can say they are soft weakly regular. Otherwise, it is not possible.
No, but my question is, regular closed set is strong form. You are defining weakly regular closed set.
Yeah.
So that way, how do you justify weak form? Soft, weakly, regular, you are defined, no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I had defined in terms of soft regular closed sets.
So regular set is a strong form or closed, weak form?
Regular closed set is strong form.
Yeah.
And if set is regular closed, then it is okay. I'm getting your point. Sorry, sir. I don't know.
Okay. But anyhow, you check, but it's not the correct thing, I think so.
Okay, I will check it.
From one more question. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
As well as the interaction.
Thank
now
you.
I invite Adeline Shiba from FATER Institute of Medical Sciences and Technology. Now over to Adeline Shiba, please present.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, it's audible.
It's audible. Is my screen visible, sir?
Yes. No.
Very good evening to one and all present over here. So myself, I am Adeline from Department of Biotech from Savita Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences. So initially, I would like to thank especially for giving this platform and this opportunity to the chief patrons, conveners, and organizing secretaries. So today my topic on the presentation is modern methodology of medicine versus its traditional one, a theoretical graph approach. So the content is actually we are going to discuss about the traditional system of medicine and the classification in that, and the modern system of medicine and modern medicine versus the traditional medicine, and what are the new emerging therapeutic based modern medicine has come and which has arisen recently, and the therapeutic based traditional medicines which are followed in the ancient days. So the introduction about the traditional and the modern system of medicines, it was developed by the different philosophers in different cultural backgrounds. So traditional medicine system, it uses the natural remedies to heal the body as we know, and the side effects are very minimal when compared with the modern system of medicine. So it includes many therapies such as herbal. The traditional system includes many therapies like herbal therapies, massage, acupuncture, exercise, manipulation therapy. I have given only some, but still there are some more like vacuum curves and aromatherapy and so on. It is there. So a unique feature of its chemical drug is possible, and it avoids surgery, and so the minor surgeries are done and not the major surgeries. Major surgeries are only done in the modern medicine system, and natural remedies is being used in the traditional system. And modern medicine system, there are both merits and demerits. So it can prevent the incurable diseases like cancer and so on. It has many therapeutic ways are developed for curing, and increase in the life expectancy. That is, it's like after we use the modern system of medicine, we found that there is a life expectancy increase. Before when we were using the traditional medicine, the life expectancy, it's like the people, the age of living survival rate is very less. But after using the modern medicine, we have found that life expectancy is more, and the chemical drug is used for this treatment. Chemical drug in the sense the chemotherapy, the chemical drugs are used for that. So many drugs for the in the modern medicine, more kind of chemical drugs are used, and it can lead to many side effects, and it is increase in cost. That is a demerit than when compared to the traditional medicines. and it is easily available everywhere. This is the merit of the modern medicine system. And traditional system of medicine, it is otherwise known as alternative medicine, complementary medicine, indigenous or folk medicine. So it was developed before the era of modern medicine. Before the modern medicine enters, before that it is present over here. And it was found that according to the research done, 80% of the population of developing countries, they rely on the traditional medicine, and it was given by the WHO. It is like mostly from the plant drugs for their primary health care needs. So the term traditional medicine refers to ways of protecting and restoring the health that existed before the arrival of modern medicine. And the classification of traditional medicine, if we see traditional medicine, little traditional medicine, that is folk streams. In that, folk medicine, ethno medicine or tribal medicine comes under it. And when comparing with the great traditional medicine like classical streams, as we know, Ayurveda, Unani, Siddha, Naturopathy, Yoga, Homeopathy comes under this. And modern system of medicine is otherwise known as biomedicine, Western medicine, conventional medicine, or allopathic medicine. So modern medicine clinical trials. So in the modern medicine, it makes use of latest technologies. Many latest technologies are used, and clinical trials, many clinical trials. It is like evidence based. Modern medicine is completely evidence based, but the traditional is not so. So only trial based results are acceptable in the modern system of medicine. So in the system of modern medicine, we could find that this is a causing agent, why the disease is caused. So we could find that and attack the agent medically through many therapeutic agents like liposome mediated gene delivery, and like many in the many things we can identify the agent and attack. So discovery in the modern system of medicine, the new discovery is modern medicine is the first to discover that even people with the same genetic inheritance will manifest disease in different ways. So that from there the concept came that from same family, it's like from same blood and close relations should not marry. So modern medicine innovation, there have been maximum of innovation in the modern medicine as compared to other type of drugs and therapeutics, and is regulated by the US FDA. Traditional medicine, modern as well as the traditional medicine has their own utility at their place. For some it may the modern medicine may suit, whereas for some the traditional medicine may suit. So it also depends upon the suitability. To some individuals modern medicine would suit, while to others the traditional may suit. So modern medicine can give the immediate result but may have adverse side effects on the higher side, as the notion has established, and have a higher profitability can be achieved by the practitioners from this segment of medicine. So traditional medicine avoids the chemical drugs as much as possible and the side effects are minimal, whereas in the modern medicine, the chemical drugs are present and the side effects are side effects. And the new emerging therapy-based modern medicines are photothermal therapy, monoclonal antibody therapy, liposomal mediated gene therapy, stem cell therapy, chemotherapy, radiotherapy, electrotherapy. We'll just discuss a few things about this. So liposome mediated gene therapy, it is a fluid filled spherical vesicles. Liposome is nothing but the fat. So liposome is fluid filled spherical vesicles made of phospholipids molecule. It is produced from the glycolipids, cholesterol. Cholesterol is the fat, non-toxic surfactants and membranous proteins. These liposomes work to deliver drug by diffusion rather than by direct cell diffusion. So by the process of diffusion, it enters inside. So you can look in the diagram that lipopolyplex, that is only the fat attachment. It is going and attaching to the target cell, and it is forming an endocytosis. So endosome, from the endosome, it escapes. The endosome escapes from this, and when it is escapes, the cytoplasm is released from the endosomes. So and the now the release the cytoplasm is it goes and it enters into the nucleus. So the nucleus is nothing but the nucleus contains a DNA or so I mean DNA, that is a genetic material is present inside. So it goes into the gene and then it acts. So classification, it is like cationic liposome, anionic. Cationic is positive and anionic is negative. So uses of liposomes, study of membranes in gene delivery as drug delivery carriers. It is a cargo for the drug delivery carriers. So enzyme replacement therapy in multi-drug resistance and in tumor therapy. So photothermal therapy, in photothermal nanoparticles are used in the treatment against cancer. The gold nanoparticles absorb the incident photo heat. So you can see in the picture there, the nanoshells, they are in the cancer cells when the light, infrared, near the infrared light. Yes.
Try to finish within 1 minute.
Okay.
The time is already over. Please.
So when it comes, the cancer cells, it can kill. Hypothermia in cancer therapy is heating tumor above 42 degrees Celsius. A monoclonal antibody therapy is a targeted cancer therapy. So it is like rituximab act as an immunotherapy. These antibodies has the ability to mimic and enhance or restore the immune system attack on the oncogene cells. Stem cell therapy, it is taken from the umbilical cord or the bone marrow. According to the research, the effectiveness of stem cell therapy is found 82.2%, and it plays a very vital role in the hematopoietic stem cells transplantation. Today, living in the
It is not audible, I think.
I think network issue is there.
I think some problem may be there.
Yeah, see, some internet issue is there.
Shall we move to the next session, sir?
Yeah, sir, because make an announcement that the next one be ready.
Please, the next person is Kavi Arasu. Please be ready within a minute.
Yes, sir.
Wait.
So you will have to remove the screen. Huh?
Okay. Okay, sir.
Because he is not available here, I think.
Yes.
Some issue is concerned.
The host can remove the PowerPoint, I think.
Raj Krishna Mandal.
I think Dr. Tan can remove it. He is a host,
Okay.
I think.
Dr. Tan, please.
He can remove the PowerPoint. Thanks, sir. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Now I invite Mr. Kavi Arasu to present his findings. Kavi Arasu from Sweta Institute of Medical and Technical Sciences. Over to Kavi Arasu.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you can start.
Can you hear my voice, sir?
Yes, Kavi Arasu.
Yes.
Your time starts.
Sir, when my video went,
He is back. Give her 1 minute for clarifications.
Any clarifications? I have one question. Traditional system also contains some chemicals.
yes, it
If
takes something.
if you take some overdosage, it will also affect. So is there any mechanism to control it?
Yeah, if we take overdosage, but in the prescribed dosage, it won't affect us.
So how do you know whether it is enough to our body, or is it okay?
It
is there
can
any
be
mechanism to correct it?
Yeah, it can be tested. The prescription dose can be tested. We have to test, and then it have to be supplied to the patients.
Okay, thank you very much. Next over to Kavi Arasu, please. Kavi Arasu,
Remove
please.
your screen.
You please remove your screen.
Yeah.
Yes. Can I hear my voice, sir?
Yes, your voice is.
Yes.
Yes. Can you see my screen, sir?
Okay, full screen.
Good morning to one and all. My name is Kavirasi from second year Mechanical Engineering, Savita School of Engineering. My topic is based on bionic arm. The topic title is a theoretical graph analysis on EEG controlled bionic arm with importance to senses of humans. The first motivation is in this modern era, we have made number of accidents in the roads or any incidents, and also most people affected by their body parts and also affected by some diseases. Due to that, our hands and most of our body parts is losing. In our body, the hand is the most important thing to do any actions or lift anything or grip or high-five anything. All those things we have to do from the hand. That hand is so versatility to our life. That hand they lost, so that I developed a bionic arm with feelings of senses. With that, I'm going to represent the abstract now. To overcome this issue, in this paper, theoretically we have updated the bionic arm by mind and nerve impulses, controlled with the sense of touches. In this bionic limb, electroencephalography (EEG) is used to receive the data from the movement of bionic limb by the users. And many sensors we have used to feel the sense of touch by the bionic arm to the receivers. The hand is the one of the most complex and beautiful pieces of natural engineering in the human body. This hand is most versatility, set us apart from every other creatures on the planet. This hand is one of the strongest arrangements of muscles in the body. But due to some accidents and incidents, most of us losing our hands. This leads to lose their versatility part in their body. The objective of the work of a bionic hand is to develop an artificial hand to fulfill the amputees which had happened to the patients. This bionic hand is very useful to replace the defecting natural hands. We are going to replace the defected hand by the bionic arm from this paper theoretically. The bionic hand can be divided into two categories. One is body power and another is externally power. Body power is controlled by cable control and it is less efficiency than the myoelectrical controlled type. It requires gross limb movement more. But in externally powered, it is controlled by electrical. In this project, we are using this method to develop the bionic hand because it is more efficient and accuracy than the body powered. In the body power, we are using the tricep.
Dear presenter, whether you are using slide, I think it is in the title itself, it is there. Whether you are using any slide will not change, is not changing here.
Oh, sorry.
You have only the title only, otherwise you have some other slide also in your presentation. Because in the slide, it is there, only the title is there. Yeah, now
moving.
it is okay.
Can you visible now, sir?
Okay, now it's okay.
Yes. The bionic hand is two types, body power and external power, as I explained before. Next one is body power. What is my body power? Means it is controlled by cable controls. It controls the triceps cuff and to the terminal device to control the bionic arm. But it is very complicated and it is less efficiency than the electrically powered. Then electrically powered is controlled by the brain waves and nerve impulses. This nerve impulses is received by the EEG device and transferred to the bionic arm to control the bionic limb. Externally powered means this bionic hand uses signals or potentials from brain waves through EEG. The signals are picked by electrodes on the surface of head, which activates a battery-driven motor that operates a bionic hand like the fingers. Control the motor regulates the extent or speed of the bionic arm 2. This method is more efficient than the body powered method, as I said before. Bionic hand powered by electric motors. This is the electroencephalogram images, EEG. These electrodes placed on the head, it receives the brain waves from the brain and transmit to the head box and transmit to the computer. This computer receives all the recordings from the brain waves and control these activities to our bionic arm to place any actions or moves. And most important thing is and main factor of this project is to develop the feelings of the bionic limb. Here I am going to use the electromyography for senses of feelings. This method enables biological muscles and myoelectric processes to interface neurally with a high reliability. This is the most important one to control this bionic limb by senses of feelings. It is useful for sense the temperatures or shape of the glass, and it is more versatility to the glass etc. This electromyography is used to receive the temperatures or any of the shape and to feel that by the sensor, and this sensor transmits the information to the nerves inside the body, and these nerves transmit the whole sensories to our brain to feel that movement. Here is the diagram. It will explain clearly. In our hand, the electromyography EMG is placed. This EMG receives the shape or temperatures by the sensors, and it transferred to the processing sensors and to stimulation model, and sensory feedback transferred to the brains through the nerves of our bodies. The working of bionic arm is work by picking up signals from our brain waves. When a user put on their bionic arms and flexes muscles, when the user controlled the bionic limb slowly, that the muscles are tensed gently, and when the users control the bionic limb very fastly, and the time the user tenses the muscles more. To open the hand, just we have to imagine the extending the wrist with an outstretched palm. We can do grab, pinch, high, gives users proportional control and multiple grid modes. This bionically, when your muscles are tensed gently and will move more quickly with a firmer tense. And this EEG neurofeedback technology is used here, will receive the brain waves from the brain by the electrodes and transfer this information to the bionic limb through computers via Bluetooth technology.
Within a minute.
Yes, sir.
Actually, you are
going to finish, sir.
Your slide, I think it is remain there. Please. Okay. Carry on.
Awesome.
Carry on.
Awesome. Next, this electro by the via transceivers onto the Arduino. This Arduino transfer the whole program to the electro waves. I'm going to conclude by this conclusion. It is based on integrating together many degrees of freedoms, many sensors, and expanded control. It will make the amputee's life be elegant, like appearance, low weight, low energy consumption, and noiselessness. In this paper, we focused our attention on the designs and the sense of touches and development of a firm first implementation, mostly similar to natural muscles, and it can lift what we can control with less expenditure. That's it, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you explain the difference between electric power and body power?
Yes, sir. Body power is controlled by the cable controls through the triceps and many of their. But in electrically powered, it is controlled by the wireless technology mostly, and it receives the brain waves from our brain through electrodes which were placed in the EEM that transfers our bionic limb to the bionic hand. Transfers our informations to the bionic hand. By the way, we are using that.
Electromyography. Can you explain?
Yes, sir. Electromyography is using for sense of touches. For example, if you want to lift any coffee, which we have to know how much its temperature is contained. For that, we are using the electromyography sensors for sense of feelings.
But in our cases, we need both the power, electric power as well as body power also. Is it?
Oh, no, sir. In this body powered, it is very slow movement because of the cable connections. But in the electrically powered, we have more microprocessors. By the way, we can process the bionic limb very fastly, like our hands, within a microseconds.
Thank you. Any more questions from the audience?
Wilson sir.
From the participants?
Wilson sir.
Okay, sir. Welcome, sir.
Yes, sir. Actually, tomorrow is the last day and the program schedule was updated. So I will ask Rajkrishna Mandal to share the tomorrow's program. Those who are present here, please go through the details of the tomorrow's program, because it will be circulated. The cover page is same, so that's why the people will say not necessarily go through the content of the valedictory function as well. So may I request Rajkrishna Mandal, please share the content associated with the last day, means February 21 program. So all the people who are associated with the conducting of the program from the FAI executive members, this is the 21st February program, and these are the speakers. The speakers are here. The details, please go through the details. All the fellow people who are here, please go through the details. So the 3 and one more lecture. I think the next lecture, please. Next slide. Yeah. Yes, go 3. This is the Rejane Dutra. This is your last, I think. The first, yes. Okay, go ahead. Rejane, Irina, and M. Jayanti. The M. Jayanti is the last lecture will be delivered. The respective chairpersons, please go through the details of the respective chairpersons who will chair the sessions. Actually, the 2 more contents have been added. Lilia, Dr. Lilia, are you here? Dr. Lilia or Dr. Zenada, are you here? Okay, please share it and then go through the valedictory sessions. This is the content associated. We will start valedictory function at 5:50 p.m. to 5:50 p.m. it will start. Some feedback of the participants is required, and then the feedback by the organizing secretaries, George Joseph, Dr. Roberta, and Dr. Soili. And then the report will be shared by Dr. Joseph Wilson, the organizing secretary, and a review of the conference will be Professor C.C. Tan and Professor Raghu Raman, and then guest of honors, Dr. Zenaida, Dr. Arsuloni, and Major General MP Singh to share a few words about this particular conference. Dr. Lilia, please go through the once again, because Lilia is here. Just review. This is the detail of the valedictory function. Just go back. See that these are the speaker, these are the chairpersons. February 21. The first one. So show the first page. Show the first page. Yeah, just show the first page of February 21. So these are the speakers for February 21. Dr. Lilia, please note it. Even then I will share with you.
Лілічка, я не знаю, чи будуть Гетьман і Розсаднікова, бо то Одеса і Краматорськ. Я ще уточню. Ліля, ти чуєш?
This is the first page. Go to the next page.
Ліля, бач, тут є гетьман і є Розсаднікова. Я не знаю, чи вони будуть, скажи. Ліля, тебе не чути.
Unmute your mic.
Ліля, тебе не чути. Тебе нема звуку, Ліля.
So, Dr. Lilia, unmute your mic. Your voice is not audible. Move slightly.
Володя, ти чуєш, ти тут?
Та, чую. Professor Zinaida is not sure if tomorrow will be present. Можете повторити гетьман і хто?
Гетьман і Розсаднікова, бо то Одеса і Краматорськ, я не знаю, чи вони будуть.
Professor Zinaida is not sure if will be present Hetman and Rosadnikova, Dr. Hetman.
Andrew Sadman, just okay, just go back. Raj Krishna Mandal, please, yes, Andrew Sadman. Andrew Sadman, who is this? Is the name here? Is the name here, Andrew Sadman? No, I think this name is not here. Go back the first page. Here. I think this name is not here.
No, I can't see. Just a second. Зіна Богданівна, де вони є? Бо я їх тут не бачу. І професор
От дивися, хай воронка і після воронки. Нижче. Хай провернуть листок.
Там якась... Ні, там є Реджена Дутро.
Ще далі.
Ага. Yes, I can see. Dr. Pankaj, the next page. Regina Dutra Bergamashi, and the next is Irina Getman and Marina.
Okay, next page.
Oh, this.
Is this Irina Getman?
Yes, Irina Getman and Marina Jevecka.
Will they be present?
Розсаднікова Світлана і Томаневич Леся. Їх скорше всього не буде.
And the next one, the Rosadnikova Svetlana Tomanevich Lesa. Dr. Zinaida is not sure that they will be present tomorrow.
Okay. Raj Krishna, put a star here, note it. And that will be confirmed by Dr. Lilia, whether they will be there or will not be there. Accordingly, we will plan. So I think this Irina Getman and Marina Dejkova will not be there. Not sure. We are not sure about their presence. And see the...
Can you hear me?
Yes, hearing you.
Oh.
Yeah, Lilia,
I
please.
don't know, Mr. Volodymyr already translated everything what Professor Zinaida wanted, so I'm here present. I don't know, I have some problems with my laptop.
Okay.
The sound is gone, and that's why I'm just through my mobile phone. Okay. So I'm sorry if the bad visible, or that's
okay.
Computer fix problems.
Okay, once one point has been identified, that the speakers section will take care. Otherwise, we will proceed accordingly. If they don't join or will not be there, accordingly we will take care. Next page. Raj Krishna Mandal, please share to the next page. Yeah, start this 450 to 550 session. This will be doubtful. Yeah, is it okay? This will be a doubtful session. So we will put a cross here. If they join, that's fine. If they don't join, we will delete it. Okay, that's why I thought to confirm from Professor Zinaida. And then this, yes. Okay, the next one, the valedictory function. Please share the details of.
Так.
І Розсаднікову теж викреслити, і Томаневич їх не буде.
Sir, we just asking you to solo Rosadnikov and Tomanevich. They won't be present for tomorrow. That's why please delay them.
Okay. Go back to previous page, please. This. Rosadnikov, this last one, delete it.
Yeah.
The next one as well.
This one.
Next one.
Yes.
Next one or this one? This one.
Yeah.
This is also going to be
Yes,
deleted.
this one with
Yes.
red. Yeah, with
Yes,
red
okay,
lines.
delete it, delete it. Okay. So these two speakers definitely will not be, if they will be there,
Ліля,
not
нижню не
necessary.
наша, вони ще й нижню викреслили.
Sir, stop, please. You saw 5:30 p.m. That's not Ukrainian persons. That's not Ukrainian representatives. They are from India. We solo just 5:10 p.m. Розсадникова Світлана, Томаневич Леся.
Okay. So share me at my WhatsApp. Accordingly, I will take care. Okay.
Okay.
Lilia, please share me at my WhatsApp. Accordingly, we will take care. And just have a look on this valedictory function, please.
This one, yes, Tibo.
Valedictory function, please. This is the valedictory function. Dr. Zenaida told me that it is not possible, will not be there tomorrow. So we will correct it.
Зінаїда Буданівна, можете просто написати і надіслати, бо я зараз мобілки, ім'я Томаневич і ту, просто зробити, обвести той скрін і скинути йому, бо я не можу з мобілки зараз зробити. Бо я як вийду, я... Professor Zenaida gonna do that.
Yeah, see, okay. Put a cross here, Dr. Zenaida.
I'm from mobile phone, that's why
Okay, no problem, no problem. We will take care. We will take care, okay. So, Dr. Zenaida, because we thought that you will be there, but due to that due to that particular situation that you shared with me, so you will not be there. Okay, no problem. Dr. Arsuloni and Professor MP Singh will take care of this issue. Okay, so that's all for this valedictory function. So details, okay, we'll come back to the Wilson sir. Please take the charge up as a Roberta, Dr. Roberta, you want to say something because you will have to address tomorrow.
No, I'm follow you.
Okay.
So do you, tomorrow we will start the valedictory function at the same time.
Valedictory function will start as per after the end of the lecture sessions. Means that, see, this is the tentative time, 5:50 p.m. means as per the Indian timing. So you can compare it. I think there will be 7:30.
But even if we don't have some of the lecture, we're gonna start at the same time.
Yeah, anyway? Yeah, same time.
Okay.
It will be half an hour early, maybe half an hour early. Okay. Okay. Wilson sir, please take care. And,
yes.
Please. Remove the slide. Raj Krishna, note all these points. Accordingly, the necessary correction will be made.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. I will do that.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Dr. Zenaida, and thanks, Obela, as well as Lilia, for supporting me. Dr. Lilia will share the message. You will share. You will share the entire message. Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Can we continue the session, sir?
Yeah, sir. Continue the session.
Okay.
Finish the remaining 3 papers as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you. And now I invite RC Divya Reddy, RMK College of Engineering Technology, to present his paper. Welcome to Divya Reddy.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes.
You can continue now.
Yes, sure. Good evening, sir. Shall I start now, sir?
Yes. You can start now.
Yes, sir. I am Divya Reddy, Assistant Professor of Mathematics, RMK College of Engineering and Technology. Very warm happiness. I am presenting my paper. My paper name is Radio Geometry Graceful on Bistar Graph, Starbell Graph, Corona Product, KM.PN Graph, and Uniform Theta Graphs. So let us see the basic definitions. Let G be a connected graph and K be an integer with K greater than or equal to 1. A radio K labeling H of G is an assignment of positive integers to the vertices of G such that D of UV plus modulus of h of u minus h of v is greater than or equal to k plus 1 for every two distinct vertices u and v of g, where d of u comma v is the distance between any two vertices u and v of g. The radio labeling is a radio k labeling when k is equal to diameter of g. When k is equal to diameter of g minus 1, a radio k labeling is called a radio antipodal labeling. Radio mean labeling was introduced by Dr. Konrad. It was given in the reference. Let H is the mapping from V of G to Z plus be an injective mapping where D of x comma y plus roof of H of x plus H of y divided by 2 is greater than or equal to diameter of G plus 1 holds for every pair of distinct vertices in G. The maximum number assigned to any vertex of G under H is called radio mean number and it's denoted by Rmn of H. The radio mean number of G is denoted by Rmn of G defined as the minimum value Rmn of H taken over all radio mean labeling H of G. So in this paper, what I'm going to define, let H be an injective mapping from V of G to Z plus such that D of u comma v plus root of h of u h of w greater than or equal to 1 plus diameter of G holds for every pair of vertices x comma y belongs to the V of G is called radio geometric mean labeling of a graph G. Then radio geometric mean number of H is the maximum number assigned to any vertex of G under the labeling H and it is denoted by Rgmn of H. The least value of Rgmn of H taken over all such labelings is defined as radio geometric mean number and is denoted by Rgmn of G. A graph G is said to be geometric graceful if Rgmn of G is equal to modulus of V of G. So in this paper, I have proved that the Bijstar graph, Starbell graph, Corona product, and Unifacvest theta graphs are radio geometric graceful. So first let us see the definition of Bijstar graph. A Bijstar graph BNM where NM greater than 1 is defined as the graph obtained by joining the center vertices of K1N and K1M with an edge. The number vertices and the diameter are n plus m plus 2, comma, and 3 respectively, where the number of vertices is n plus m plus 2 and diameter is 3 respectively. The theorem, the Bijstar graph BNM, where nm greater than 1 is radio geometric graceful. That is, we are going to prove Rmn of G is equal to modulus of V of G. Without loss of generality, we may assume m greater than or equal to n. First, we name the vertices of K1n and K1m as U1, U2, etc., Un plus 1, and W1, W2, etc., Wm plus 1 respectively. Define an injection H from V of BNM to 1 to n plus m plus 2 as follows. H of uj is equal to 2j minus 1, where j varies from 1 to n. And h of un plus 1 is equal to m plus n plus 1. H of wj is equal to 2j, where j is equal to 1 to etc. up to n. H of wj is equal to 2n plus j, where j is equal to 1 to etc. up to m minus n. And h of wn plus 1 is equal to m plus n plus 2. So in this way, I'm mapping and I'm getting a Bijstar graph. So see the graph and the labeling. So here I'm proving this is geometric graceful. Since the diameter of the graph is 3, we must verify that the radio geometric condition d of uv plus root of h of u h of v h of w is greater than or equal to 1 plus 3 for every pair of vertices u and w in the Bijstar graph B and M provided n m greater than 1. So in this graph, I proved it is geometric graceful. So I'm generalizing my topic, the theorem. Okay, suppose U, what is the case 1? Suppose U and W are vertices of K1n and other than un plus 1, then root of h of u, h of w is equal to roof of square root of 2k minus 1 into 2l minus 1, provided 1 less than or equal to k is not equal to l less than or equal to n. Also, the distance between u and w is exactly 2. Hence, the radiogeometric condition becomes d of u comma w plus roof of square root of h of u, h of w is greater than or equal to 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. Provide since k not equal to l. Case 2. Suppose u and w are vertices of the form u is equal to wk and w is equal to wl, provided 1 less than or equal to k is not equal to l less than or equal to n, then d of u comma w is equal to 2 and the minimum function values of u and w are 2 and 4 respectively. Therefore, d of u comma w plus roof of square root of h of u into h of w is greater than or equal to 2 plus root 8 is equal to 5 since k not equal to n. What's case 3? Let u and w be the vertices in k1n and k1m respectively such that u not equal to un plus 1 and w not equal to w equal to wm plus 1, then the product of h of u and h of, I think it's w, is at least 2. But what is roof of square root of 2 is equal to 2. Also, the distance between them is 3. Hence, the radiogeometric condition is obviously satisfied. So, what is case 4? Suppose u is any vertex other than un plus 1, wn plus 1, and w is either un plus 1 or wn plus 1, then the distance between them is at least 1 since n comma m greater than 1. So, the product function value is greater than or equal to 5. Hence, the radiogeometric condition gives d of u comma w is plus roof of square root of h of u, h of w is greater than or equal to 1 plus roof of square root of 5 which is equal to 4. So, the rest of cases is quite trivial. Hence, h is a valid geometric. Yes.
Dear President, try to finish within a minute.
Okay, yes, sure, sir.
Over.
Sure. So,
Give
since
the
the range of h is 1, 2, etc. v of b and m, the Beister graph b n m provided nm greater than 1 is radiogeometric graceful. So, for the one theorem, I have proved what is the cases. Similarly, some graphs have been done here. So, the star bell graph SB M1, M2, etc. Mn is a graph obtained from a star graph Sn where n greater than or equal to 2 and a complete graphs KMI where mi greater than or equal to 3 and 1 less than or equal to I less than or equal to n by merging one vertex from each KMI and ith leaf of Sn. The number of vertices and the diameter of the star bell graph are nmi plus 1 and 4 respectively. So, what's the theorem? For n greater than 2, the star bell graph SB M1, M2, etc. Mn is radiogeometric graceful graph. So, that's the theorem. What we discussed already, the same thing proved here. Similarly, the corona product. The corona product km.pn graph is a graph obtained from a complete graph km and m copies of the path graph pn and then joining by an edge each vertex from the ith copy of the pn with the ith vertex of km. So, the number of vertices and diameter of m into n plus 1 and 3 respectively. So, what is the theorem? We are having that for n greater than 3, the corona product km.pn graph is radiogeometric graceful. So, here we are proving here. So, for example, K4.P6. So, what's the proof? So, similarly, the same way, first we name the complete graph vertices W2, W1, W2, etc. WEM and the name ith copy of PNS WI1, WI2, etc. WIN where 1 less than or equal to I less than or equal to N. So, we define a mapping H from V of Km dot Pn to 1 to etc. M into N plus 1 as follows.
Time over. You please give the conclusion.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So, similarly, I proved the corona product is the geometric graceful labeling. Similarly, theta graph. I proved the theta graph is the generalized theta graphs is also a geometric graceful labeling. So, this is my graph. I am proving that m is equal to 4 and gamma is equal to 8. This is my theta graph. This is my mapping. So, conclusion, in this paper, I have determined certain radiogeometric graceful graphs such as Beister graph, star bell graph, corona product, and uniform theta graphs. So, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. How the Corona product can be directly helpful to the public now.
What, sir? Please.
How the Corona product, the role of Corona product, can you explain the role of Corona product?
Where the role you want to have, sir? Why I'm taking the graph? You want the reason, sir?
Yes.
Tivyarati, one thing that I would like to ask.
Yes, sir.
Tivyarati.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
So
sir,
this
I think
Corona
problems, sir. I couldn't hear the voice continuously, but that is
No. Corona product is the new introduction in the graph theory, or it is already existing?
Already there, sir.
Already there.
Yeah.
So would you like to relate this Corona and this COVID the same thing?
Yes, for that reason only, sir. Nothing other than that. I'm choosing some perfect graphs to prove that something is radio geometric graphs. So during the period, I think it is very useful to us to present something.
Okay. I thought this COVID-19 is directly responsible for the development of this graph.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Ramesh, do you want to ask something?
Yeah, sir, I'm Professor Divagar.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, is it possible for a direct graph?
Yes, sir.
Your graph is possible for direct graph?
No, sir.
Why?
One second, sir. I'm showing that.
Yeah.
Where it is actually. One second, sir.
Yeah.
This is my. Yes, this is my Corona product graph, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Is it possible for direct graph? Can we find the dominating?
No. Sir, actually, when we are choosing some graphs to prove that it is geometric graceful or not. Okay, so I think I'm not catching what you were saying. That's the thing I want to explain.
No, you are taking the graph.
Yeah.
That graph is if the graph is directed.
Yes, sir.
Is it your Corona graph is possible for direct graph?
So it is not possible for directed graph, but I don't know what is the reason to say. Surely I'm knowing the answer.
Yeah, but you have to say the justification, no?
Yes, sir. So actually, all the places, mainly all graphs what I am choosing based on the diameter, sir.
But what way it is connected to Corona? Do you know the Corona virus?
No, sir, I didn't see, sir.
Then how do you put the Corona graph?
Yes.
Hello.
It's when you are shaping this, I think it may be some like Corona, sir.
This is not a shaping. Yeah.
It is not shape, sir. Shaping. It's a rotating or something. You are making it a sphere means automatically like the Corona that.
No. You have to justify Professor Bagaj's question. Yeah. Okay. Anyhow, but
yes, sir.
you have to. Yes, once you choose the title, you have to justify the title. That's a reason. Okay.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Because fancy names always creates a problem.
Thank you, Dr. Divagar.
Yeah.
And also the presenter.
Okay,
thank you very much for the interaction.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the interaction. Now, I invite Sobha Pantian from Sweta School of Engineering to present his findings. Welcome to Sweta Pantian.
To one and all present here. So I'll present my.
Yes, you can present now.
it audible and is it clear, the screen?
Yes.
So the topic for what I'm going to present is.
Yes, you can proceed now.
The paper which I'm going to present is about algorithm to check whether a graph is Hamiltonian, connected, or complete. It's a shortcut which I'm going to present over here. So basic definitions first. A connected graph is a graph that is connected in the sense of a topological space. That is, there is a path from any point to any other point in the graph. A graph that is not connected is said to be disconnected. A complete graph is a simple undirected graph in which every pair of distinct vertices is connected by a unique edge. And a complete digraph is a directed graph in which every pair of distinct vertices is connected by a pair of unique edges. Then we'll get back to this Hamiltonian path. Hamiltonian path is also called as Hamiltonian path, is a graph path between two vertices of a graph that visits every vertex exactly once. If a Hamiltonian path exists whose endpoints and adjacent, then the resulting graph cycle is also called a Hamiltonian cycle. A graph that possesses a Hamiltonian path is called a traceable graph. In general, this Hamiltonian path is an NP complete. It's NP and NP hard. So we call it as an NP complete. All the algorithms which are present, it is a very exhaustive search, because since it comes under this category of NP complete, the algorithm complexity is very high. It was like first the unconventional models of this was developed by Adleman, who used DNA computer to solve such a Hamiltonian path. It was very effective, but the drawback was it took a lot of money involvement was going on because of the research and time also. But it was able to execute the right Hamiltonian path. And much more research is going on in this area, DNA computer. The second was done by Diffie and Hellman, who introduced a public key cryptography. They said that if there is any crypto system attack, okay, if it is done in this, if anything which can be solved in polynomial time, then the whole NP problem can be solved. But as such, this is for this also the research is going on. The next is conventional computers. Method was done by Minrem algorithms. They presented, and V. Eljos and K. Lucas and Nelson showed that symbolic determinant related to the adjacency matrix can be used to directly decide whether a graph has a Hamiltonian cycle. It was also a very lengthy process of finding Hamiltonian path. There are two important theorems. One is Dirac's theorem. The other is Ory's theorem, which proves that a graph can be Hamiltonian cycle. Again, it is not a sufficient case. It's just the necessary part. So what I have done in this paper is I have proposed two algorithms. One is using adjacency matrix. It's just a shortcut which I'm using. First one is form an adjacency matrix for the corresponding undirected graph. Then you take second step is trace the ones that are alternate in diagonal, horizontal, and vertical. Step 3, if the vertices are diagonal, then vertices that are adjacent can be traced. And the horizontal vertical vertices represent the two corresponding vertices in the row and column vertices. Keep writing the different vertices which are continuously connected. Step 5, no two vertices should be repeated again. If same vertex is only there, then the graph does not have Hamiltonian path. Check if all the vertices have come. If first vertex and the last vertex are same, then we call it as Hamiltonian cycle. Otherwise, we can check for Hamiltonian path. If we get a path between every two pair of vertices, then graph is connected. And if we get a principal diagonal as 0 and other entries as 1 in the adjacent matrix, then the graph is complete. So the similar thing I've done in incident matrix. I've done the same step. The only difference is in step 2. The trace, here I'm not going to take diagonal ones. I'm going to take adjacent on horizontal and vertical manner. I'll explain this with an example. I'm just considering a simple graph for our understanding. I've taken a graph with 6 vertices. I've given the degree, everything weighted graph, and I've done a adjacency matrix here. And so here comes my step. What I'm doing is I'm tracing all the ones that are diagonal, that are horizontal, and that is vertical.
So now, according to my thing, by seeing the adjacent matrix itself, I can just see all the ones which are, so immediately I can jump through it. Like for example, I'll take a path, immediately I will see this and say B goes to C. C goes to D, D goes to E. But when I go from E to F, I cannot go directly. I have to go through this vertex. So it goes to E, D, F. And then I get all my vertex. 6 vertex is there. I got all my 6 vertex, and that is a Hamiltonian path. Similarly, if I want to get another path, so I'll go B, C, D, E, E. Here also E is there. So I'll get to this row and I'll take E, A, F. Corresponding to this row, this vertex is there. So I'll take this vertex. So I'll get again my another Hamiltonian path. So similarly, when I tried, I got all my different Hamiltonian paths. I got here all my different Hamiltonian paths. I got 12 Hamiltonian paths. There is no Hamiltonian cycle, and the graph is also not complete, because you can see the vertices are lot of zeros are there. It should be 1, and diagonal it should be 0, but it is not there. So I can conclude it is not complete. Now in incident matrix, the only difference was I'm not going to take diagonal matrix. So how it is going to proceed is I can take the same example like BC. So when I go here, it will be same like B. Then I'll jump here, I'll come down, and my vertex will be C. I'll go here, then D. Then I'll come to the 4th node, that will be the same D. Then I'll go to E. After E, there is no downside, there is no 1. So where there is 1, there only I should go. So I'll jump here, and corresponding to here, it is A. I can come here, A. I can go to any vertex, A. And then I'll drop back down, because I want all my vertices to come. If vertices comes only, it is Hamiltonian. Exactly one time it should go and touch that vertex. So I'll come here, it is F. I got all my vertex. So I'll stop with that this thing. So I got my path B, C, D, F, A, E. So similarly, I can try all those different paths, and I can get my Hamiltonian path. So finally, the conclusion, in this particular graph I have taken and I've checked my algorithm, there are 12 Hamiltonian paths which I have got, no Hamiltonian cycle. And since there is a path between every pair of vertices, hence the graph is connected, and the adjacency matrix we can see and tell it is not complete. Now this algorithm is just a shortcut method to find Hamiltonian path, because usually students find it very difficult to find Hamiltonian path. So just it is a shortcut for them where they can find a Hamiltonian path. To find Hamiltonian circuit, you have to go through all the path individually with all the vertices. And as all the NP complete problem are very exhaustive, in future, we can only decide of little simpler and easy method can be formulated. So thank you so much.
Thank you for your nice presentation. Is there any question from the audience?
Dear presenter, nice presentation. I have one question. So you have derived some algorithm, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What way this algorithm useful to real life application? Is it possible for use some software?
Sir, actually it is basically for our students where they want to find Hamiltonian path in a very quick manner. And one more thing, like nowadays, like say, Hamiltonian path is making a very remarkable journey, because there are a lot of things which we can connect to this path, like travel salesman problem, every decision-making problem, optimization problem. So by using, if we can get a Hamiltonian path the shortest way, so that is very useful for us. So this is just an algorithm.
Just a minute. This is shortest way is there. So concerned with the decision-making process, what kind of decision it will provide? If it is concerned with the graph theory, it is concerned with the software, as Professor Diwakar has asked. So how you will utilize in the software or in the field of the theoretical computer science to generate something that will be useful?
Sir, it's just an algorithm of shortcut manner. It's nothing like for a computing purpose. That is not the algorithm provided for. It is a shortcut with which we can get our Hamiltonian path.
Only the target is just to get Hamiltonian path,
Yes.
Without any objective. Only objective is to get a
No,
Hamiltonian.
no, sir. The objective is now, for example, if I can get a Hamiltonian path in a
Then-
bigger version of a graph. Now take a graph for 1,000 nodes. If we can form the adjacency matrix, and immediately we can get at least one path.
Just a minute. Once you are getting a Hamiltonian path, so definitely the graphical theory is directly connected with the networking.
Yes,
So
yes, of course, airways.
Getting a Hamiltonian path, whether it is airways network or mobile network or internet network, where it will be utilized in this case.
Yes, yes. That's why I'm going to ask.
Yes, sir.
Sir, we can use it in, if we get a Hamiltonian path, we can use it in airways, we can use it in mobile
That's why whether it can be optimized way or it just only getting airways means optimizing
No, we can
the mobile.
optimize it.
So, that's why we are asking where it is to be used for optimization purpose.
Yes.
For solving the issue. So that's why the questions is being asked. Na? You are simply getting that my objective is to get Hamiltonian path.
Yeah.
So getting a Hamiltonian path, what is the purpose?
The main purpose is for optimization purpose only, sir, because this is just
now you are saying
shortcut.
optimization. Now you are saying optimization.
Sir, it is an NP complete problem. So it NP complete hard problem. No, obviously all NP complete itself is it will come to under optimization problems.
But it is suggestion is that whenever you handle a graphical theory, so that moment it is better to connect with the system science. Producing theorems and producing the shortcut methods, it is nothing useful. It will be useful only when once you will connect with any software related or any real life problem that will be solved by that. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Rightly point out, Professor Pankaj, without using the algorithm to the software, what is the use of the algorithm? Nothing.
Sir, no, sir. The use of the algorithm is to find, like, once we get Hamiltonian path, that itself will solve most of our problems. We can go with optimization problem, decision making problems. Lot of other problems are widely open once we get this. This is the base. After that, we can find related to our whatever our convenient we want, we can find it out. But the target was to find it.
Okay, better to use the algorithm in the software. You can get the real life application or real core answer. Okay.
Sir?
Hello? Yeah. Once using the algorithm to software, definitely you may get to the fruitful result.
Yes.
Please try in the future.
Sure.
Mention in the paper. Mention in the paper as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Madam, no. Professor Pankaj is rightly saying you have to mention the conclusion part.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thank you very much for the interaction, Dr. Dibagar and Professor Pankaj Srivastava. Thank you very much for the interaction. Now I invite Benjamin Francis to present his findings. Over to Benjamin Francis. Thank you.
This is the last paper, sir?
Yes, it's the last person.
Okay, sir.
Benjamin Francis, are you here? Benjamin Francis, are you there?
Whether he is here or not.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we are hearing.
Can you hear? Oh,
Please proceed. Your time starts now.
Yeah. Yes, sir. I am Benjamin Francis, affiliated to Madurai Kamaraj University. I'm a research scholar in Department of Philosophy. So the title of my paper is Virtue Ethics and Conscience Ethics for a Virtuous Life Management. The fundamental question which this presentation dwell on is how one is to do good with the life situations and all human enterprises. Is it that one does good by one's own character taken as good in itself, or is it by the mode of action as determined by a goodwill taken as good in itself? In other words, is an action good by character of the agent or the person who does it, or by the act of duty of the goodwill? The former is the claim put forward by all those who stand for a revival of virtue ethics, taking inspiration from the Aristotelian tradition of ethics by natural good. The latter is represented by all who follow the Kantian tradition of ethics by duty of goodwill. Now, in this paper, I proceed with virtue ethics and pointing out certain features of important features of virtue ethics. And in clarification of this virtue ethics, in line with the modern version of virtue ethics given by the Alasdair MacIntyre, an English philosopher, in line with the Aristotelian tradition of ethics. And then we proceed with a clarification with the Kantian virtue ethics, that is Kantian notion of virtue, how it accommodates the traditional virtue ethics from the Aristotelian tradition, and we claim for a Kantian virtue ethics which accommodates Aristotelian notions and it implements and become relevant for today in all the life and all life situations and all human enterprises. Thus, we proceed with the features of virtue ethics. The important features of virtue ethics, first of all, it's a primacy of character over the action. In virtue ethics, the virtuous agent is basically taken for granted that he is good in himself in thinking, feeling, and willing in view of human welfare, that he comes out with actions of peculiar character appropriate to circumstances, and what he does is right action. But in contrast to that, in Kantian ethics, right action is the one done from a disposition of duty in respect for the law, that is the moral law, irrespective of the character of the agent. The second important feature we can find in virtue ethics is goodness is prior to rightness. That is to say, virtue ethics derives the rightness from the prior notion of goodness and good character grounded on human well-being. Right and wrong actions are interpreted in terms of what the good agent would do or would not do. A person's being good is prior to doing good. Goodness of the agent is the antecedent quality to which rightness of the action is consequent. So irrespective of any preconceived idea of goodness, for Kantian ethics, duty in respect for the law is very important. And third important feature we find is that goodness of the virtuous agent is pluralistically intrinsic. That action of the virtuous agent is right in its pluralistic character of the person. But in Kant, we find goodwill by pure practical reason is important than any or many values. The fourth important feature we find is virtues are claimed objectively good, independent of their corresponding feelings in the agent. Courage, for example, would still be counted as a virtuous trait in a person who has no such feelings or state of mind. So in Kantian view, there is no individual particular virtues. Rather, morality as strength of duty in respect for the law is the only virtue. The rest are duties of circumstances required for the law. So the fifth important feature with the virtue ethics, some intrinsic goods like friendship are agent relative, that is valuable insofar as it is mine, my friendship. What one does in his characteristic relation of friendship towards one's friend has more moral relevance and value than what one does for the sake of friendship in general, as that we find in Kant. The sixth virtue or feature of the virtue ethics is that virtue ethics, the good of the acting agent being the norm of right action, is unconcerned of maximizing good or choosing right to maximize good and avoiding greater evil. So virtues themselves are the motive of action. The agent who acts from the disposition of virtue is held higher than the one who does the same with a different motive. But in Kant, it is the motive of duty. Virtue itself does not become the motive, or good itself does not become the motive, but The motive of duty brings out the goodness and virtue. So in line with the virtue ethics, we have a version of virtue in practice, a plausible version by Alasdair MacIntyre, an English philosopher who is a modern version of Aristotelian notion of virtue ethics. Alasdair MacIntyre, in his book After Virtue, taking inspiration from the Aristotelian tradition of morality, presents his own conception of virtue. He describes virtue as a secondary account of some prior accounts of certain features of social and moral life. He presents virtue in 3 stages of development, namely practice, narrative order of a single human life, and moral tradition. Each later stage presupposes the earlier, and each earlier stage is both modified by the anterior one, becoming thereby an essential constituent of each later stage. So according to him, there are the goods internal to the practice gained only by practice, just like any art or music. And there are goods external to practice acquired through achievement. For example, the excellence of portrait painting is a good external of a life, which is the good internal of the practice of fine arts in general. The good external is always some individual's property and possession. Once it is in one's possession, the less it is for others. Thus, internal goods of achievements are the outcome of competition to excel in the whole community that participates in the practice. For MacIntyre, virtue is an acquired quality in practice, that is, a trait of character of the agent in action towards achievement of good external. MacIntyre situates the virtue in practice in the area of morality in the greater horizon of the concept of relationship. According to him, every individual is a practitioner in accordance to his state of life as painters, physicists, laborers, etc. Each walk of life has its own good to be practiced. The relevance for the good of each practice is to be achieved by putting oneself in relationship to others of different states of life. Every practice requires a certain kind of relationship among those who participate in it. Virtues are qualities in pursuit of good by reference to the relationship with other people of the same or different state of life, with whom we share the kind of purpose and standards. Whether one likes or not, one is defined in virtue of the relationships in practice. For example, friendship as a virtue is in pursuit of the good in the relationship of the practice of friendship. The prior conception of good in relationship is presupposed as intrinsic to the practice. MacIntyre also makes a reference to vices as the absence of the practice of the good in internal. For example, a 7-year-old child that is motivated to play chess regularly for the reward of a sweet so that it would win one day through analytical skill, strategic imagination, and competitive intensity. Playing regularly is the virtue in practice, but the denial of speech would be the denial of practice of playing chess, which would be a cheating of the child and of the community that participates in the practice. It would also be a chance for the flourishing of vice.
Sir,
the child's lack of
try to finish as early as possible. You have one more minute.
Yeah, please. Then I will, in line with the virtue ethics, I take some clarification, the virtue ethics and the Kantian notion that goes in clarification, clarifying many concepts of and significance that are misunderstood in Kant in light of the virtue ethics. Paton distinguishes in Kant the goodwill from goods completely good and perfect will. Kant holds that what makes goodwill good is by acting on duty. The contingent nature of man requires the will to act on duty to manifest itself good. In the conditions of human finiteness, the goodwill ought to act in the obstacles of natural inclinations by duty and manifest itself good. Thus, we understand that goodwill is good in itself is the strength of these practicing goodwill in obstacles is the virtue in Kant we find. But again, duty is the motive of goodwill. It has been misunderstood of Kant that an action has no moral worth if any inclination to do the action is present or if any pleasure results from the satisfaction of this inclination. So we find virtue, the strength of duty, strength of acting by duty is the virtue in Kant, and this is justified with the inclinations and feelings appropriate to these.
Dear Professor, give your conclusion.
Yeah, I conclude here by virtue, and this is a good version of this is given by Alan W. Wood, a modern follower of Kantian ethics. In him, in analyzing the human nature, the natural human nature as good in itself, he puts forward that Kantian notion of virtue ethics will be a plausible implementation for a virtuous life in our day-to-day life, in a day-to-day socio-political, cultural enterprises. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Any questions from the participants?
Mr. Babin Francis.
Yes, sir.
You are connecting virtue with duty.
Yeah.
Duty is actually social.
Yeah.
And if it is social, it is customary.
Yeah.
Then why do you want to have the support of reason for it? That's the first question.
Yeah.
Second question is Makandar. You are referring about Makandar. There it is said that virtue is acquired. If it is acquired, it is again is not rational nor natural, but it is habitual.
Yeah.
How do you respond to it?
Yeah, sir. To the first question, reason for Kantian notion of virtue ethics, virtue is based on the goodwill, and the goodwill is one that is established by reason. And reason is the one tells what is the good in universal background of humanity and the world, what is good for an action to be performed, and which cannot be done by any other faculty than the reason itself. And the reason determines the will to do an action, and that action will be the goodwill. And in ethics of Kant, it is the duty to safeguard this goodwill as good in itself from other inclinations and emotions. Therefore, reason is very well required, and the reason as practical reason is the goodwill, and through goodwill, to practice that, it becomes a categorical imperative. For the practice of categorical imperative, we need the reason, and the strength of practicing that is the virtue. Then, sir, your second question, virtue in practice. There is a virtue, a good internal and good external is there. The good internal is the very characteristic of the person for acquiring any art or anything to grow in excellence. This virtue of practice is the characteristic of the individual in the background of the relationship in community. And therefore, it is something natural in the community as the community of practitioners who are competitors to excellence, to reach excellence. And therefore, it is something natural in itself. And what promotes this natural inclination to practice is the good external, that is achievement, the achievement of excellence. So thus, it is something natural as well as good.
Very good, Mr. Fabian.
One minute. Any other questions from the participants? Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Now I request the General Secretary, Professor Pankaj Srivastava, to say anything regarding the tomorrow's program and any other important messages given to the participants. Welcome, Dr. Pankaj.
We have already shared tomorrow's program with all of you, and tomorrow, as usual, 3:30 the program will start. So the valedictory function, Professor Zanada later on shared my message that she will join the program as a guest of honor. Professor General MP Singh will also be there. So I would like to request, because the two vice presidents are here, the Dr. Tan and Dr. MP Singh, please say a few words and then we would like to conclude this. MP Singh, sir.
Let me thank you very much once again for a wonderful second day. It's already 10:30 in Thailand, and a lot of the fruitful discussions here. Just want to end with the last versions on this on the ethics. It's very important things on the virtue is the wisdom, because without the intelligence wisdoms, it's impossible to be goodness in it could be it could be just a goodness that has no reasonableness or right in that sense. So good needs the foundations of the intelligence and spiritual wisdom that we reason is the right thing to do. Can whichever duties we are going to execute in actions and activities, but it also depends on the very important, which is our good intention. The good intention connecting to our intelligence, the morality issue, and so the spiritualities into the very good picture. So therefore, I think that the unity today means that goodness and rightness all the complementing and they're supporting, reinforcing each other's, and again that philosophical debate is no ending, because we debate against each other's from a different point of view. Kinship has been debated all the time until today. There is no ending, and virtual theory also the same. So thank you very much for very wonderful, and this is only my perspective on the business and spirituality perspective, and I get a lot of wisdoms from every presenter. Thank you.
MP Singh, sir.
Like yesterday, today's presentation also have been insightful. There was a lot to learn. It was a wide spectrum that was covered today as well as yesterday, and there was a great deal to learn from. And I hope we learn tomorrow again a lot. And till wishing you all the best. We don't want to delay anymore, please. And hoping that our tomorrow's program will be as good as today, in fact, better. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thanks, sir. Thanks. My sincere thanks to Dr. Beatrice, Professor Maria, Professor Dr. Aznela, Dr. Lilia, Dr. Fatima, and all other fellow colleagues from Ukraine, Brazil, Malaysia, Philippines, those who have contributed and supported to make this event a successful one. So Lilia is already here. So thanks.
Lilia is still here.
Yeah, Lilia is here, but we are now going to close this event. So Lilia, thanks to all of you and for your support. You continuously present. Professor Beatrice was continuously present. Even then, no session was associated with the Beatrice. Professor Maria and Aznela both were here. I am grateful to all of you. All of your support. This program become a successful one with a sound informations to sharing each and everyone. So Dr. Wilson, sir. So we would like to close. Yes, sir. We would like to close this program. If you want to say a few words, so please, within 1 minute, please try to conclude. And we will request Dr. Tan to close the meeting because 10:30 is now at Thailand. And we are grateful to Dr. Tan for his wonderful support. Lilia, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
So today's presentation is a contribution to science. I'm sure that the ideas of each of you will change for the better, not only science, but the whole world. May your desire to create modern science never fade. Forward to new heights. Best wishes to everyone.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm sorry, I'm at the supermarket.
Okay. Purchase. You purchase the vegetable, please. Purchase the vegetable.
That's why
Wilson,
I'm
sir.
very. That's why I'm in math. So bye bye. Good evening. Good night. Sweet dreams. See you tomorrow.
Okay, okay, okay. So, Wilson, sir, just
Okay, we can wind up.
Yeah, wind up, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you for
Thank you,
the
thank you,
complete
sir.
cooperation to you all. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
sir.
Good night.
Thank
Good
you, sir.
evening.
Thank you. Good evening. Good
Thank you,
morning.
thank you.
Good
Bye. Professor.
Yes,
Pankaj?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
Hello.
sir. You are continuously here.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thanks, thanks, thanks.
Thank you.
Continuously presented.
Done.
journal. Okay, sir.
See,
Okay.
done. Professor, Dr.
Good night.
Singh. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good night.
Bye-bye. Meeting tomorrow. Okay.